Yo, I was here for me, Mamma Adjei. I'm a need. I'm a man, say, Mamma Quaba, the back show you so. More I'm here, many dear, come where ye the winning sendra, Eddie Frassi. And then during the day, no Perano, Macheda, Matoto, deep punches be. We shall video be a re and that's what a Juma you Frassi and Ranoso. And yes, and Radian why you Frassi and one, yet twasso. And then Menya oh, I have an August guest. Ohoho Enra, me who said no over some capa. It's with the Yamias 7 tones after and waba, over Chemi Nadin. One most more swap, more person watching my dinner. Papa Winter, Papa, good midnight or memeha. Minim time abo baby, I want which I hope to be able call. Ye didn't come on. It's the race relations conversation which needs to be had. It's a Black Lives Matter agenda. It is the fact says to see your progress, and we needed progress yesterday. We can't wait for it tomorrow. Now, see a progress. I will not be a lot of it's painful. A lot of it painful. So I know, you throw no chronic anti. Young candidate into the progress. Now, says ye anything. No, yeah, it's me per se. I can't say no chronic for sure. I don't want to filter anything. Me per se, you know, you're trying seen near maybe so. And then when time on video no melody and you show ya it was very hard hitting. They man fabriante. No crew wom a studio day in national say SSA wo koye progress. Not because wo pay progress, but wo koye progress because before nyina survival depend on you. Wo no SSA baby a wo ma ye boom. Because me bro, any of software bro, any of boy ye may be before you na age na so. Woko baby ya, SSA was sacra nipa wo hwadwen. Not because of one kasa na wo pe, but because of ye nyina ye enti. San komo na ma frɛ Apostle Williams Nana Adjei ameni ni baby hon komo. Ako it's saying akaba. Ogo it's saying
boko.
Na menya sure say depending nyina na ye nim personalities ni enti me frɛ wo ba so first thing e me di kan bisa ne sen ka be ya dom na wa ka kire nkrofo wa introduce wo said ye wan kasa wo person metiefo ehunu
me da say ama e pa sure frɛ me Apostle Nana Adjei me wo UK ha ba me e Ghana ni ba hana mabo masese wo enti no. That is all about me, Apostle Nana Adjei.
Okay. Apostle Nran komo me hu se na wo so. Hu se Nran okoko so aye hye. Enra me hu se won sem ka papa. Me person asem ka won enti ene yaba. Enra First Lady Antoinette Akwaba, me chiamu nyina be se mo amaba so mo share feed na me wife. Na mo kan chire ni park ni nyina se me ni osofo di nkomo. Wo mo anra wo mo ba ye no a when we see views and right share, you know, I think those people also need to hear the alternative view. Sadiq is saying, I hope so. The person woman you not say was off one so ne version. Person you know who baby was off one so need you na. Ye na ye fa adusia e wo need to move forward. Enti mommy and kasa. Also, and right young common no, Mr. Say chire yan wo wadwen e wo ho. And right. Say na dey yo.
Well, may I say for this opportunity you've extended to me. So you have such a great educational platform, and I believe that for the better of all of us as collective people, Black people as a whole. Now, it was hot yesterday. It was really hot. It was really diverse views, but what I'm saying is what I want to start by saying is until we understand the history, we will not be able to fix the future. Okay. And sometimes, you know, if you don't understand the history now, you become a little insensitive to the plight of the people who are first hand in the situation. This is what we say. If you look at the history of Black Americans, and all this Black Lives Matter really boils down to the predicament of particularly Black Americans, which spreads to all of us as Black people. And Nona Ama, this thing is come to light in this heavy manner. Everybody is now talking about it, including us who are coming from Africa to the West. Now, this is where I start from. Sometimes we from Africa, Yaba, Europe, America, Australia, Canada, we have a total different perception about the blacks we met, especially in America. And we look at them sometimes. I look at it as being a little insensitive, and we think, oh, they are lazy, they complain, they think they are entitled to something, and it is such distancing position when you are not in the middle of the gunfire. Okay. Yeah, Africa, nobody brought us here. We came here with a mission. Me too, Ghana with one mission, said, I'm coming to change my life.
Okay.
The Black American doesn't have the luxury of my story. He did not go to America as an immigrant. He was taken to America against his will, and for 400 years, they were totally broken and reduced to nothing. As far back as the 1800s, as far as about 1800, I was Williams. As far back as 1800, Black Americans were considered to be 3/5 of a human being. They were looked as 3/5 of a human being. They were not considered as full human beings. They were considered 3/5 of a human being. And this is a systematic culture designed to break a group of people and never let them rise. Now, if you go through the American history, right after the Civil War, and blacks were given initial freedom to go and live as human beings, they were released with nothing in their hands. I don't know how many of us on the platform understand the game of Monopoly, but the game of Monopoly is played in such a way that all the players involved are given a certain amount to start the game with. Black Americans, in the monopoly of the American culture, they receive nothing but are expected to compete with people who received everything. It is almost impossible to compete with nothing. And these people have suffered this slavery, Jim Crow, every form of systematic racism. We are not saying, sir, we can't rise. We can rise. But until we understand the plight and how to deal with this problem, we will sit back. And then look at them as if they are lazy. Meanwhile, me telling the Black American is lazy. Last year? Last year, I was in America, and I was in North Carolina, and I went to a place in North Carolina called Kingston. In fact, I almost cried. The reason being, my host, we drive it, and I'm who to for the break, and I ask her, who are these? Or see, they are going to the food bank for food. My African brain could not understand what was happening. So how do you live in America and you go for? Then I started to read the history to check the story. And I realized they have been put in a system that looks almost impossible to come out. Not because they are lazy. And sometimes the narrative becomes like, oh, Black Americans are not forcing. What about Ben Carson? What about Oprah Winfrey? And we begin to mention a few Black icons who have been able to come out. If we have 100 people, Nabakupe goes out, jumps out of the fence, it doesn't become the standard for all of us. You don't look at that one success and then equate the success of that one person to us. Now, there is this book by Dr. Claude Anderson, Powernomics. It's my favorite book, Powernomics. Powernomics by Dr. Claude Anderson. Now, Dr. Claude Anderson, primarily, is a very educated man, from every level. He's worked with presidents, he's been campaign managers for most American presidents. He, in fact, helped Jimmy Carter to come and win election. Now, this guy wrote this book. What was the premises? How to empower Black America economically. How to empower Black America economically. If Black America was a nation, if Black Americans alone was a country, Black America will have been the 11th richest nation on the planet. Yet, we don't see the wealth in that community being distributed equally among the Black people. What is happening? We don't understand the story. We want to give solutions, but it becomes a problematic issue. This is what is happening. Racism, when we hear racism, the first thing that comes to our mind is color. When we hear racism, the first thing that occurs to all of us is color. But Dr. Claude Anderson makes a profound statement that racism is not an issue of color. Racism is an issue of economics. Racism is an issue of economics. When a group of people can economically, socially, governmentally oppress and suppress a group of people to deny them access to important things in the world. This is the fundamental issue of racism. The word was not used until the 16th century. Racism, it comes out of the root word race. People are competing. It's a race. The only group of people who have been over the years encouraged to integrate are Black people. All other people are competing to win. They are asking us to integrate. And this becomes a problem. The issue is not Black people are lazy. Black people are not lazy. Black people are exceptional people. And we have not been told our story. We have not been told our own history well. Until the 1800s, all the slaves in America were totally illiterate. It was a system not to educate them. It was a system of keeping them ignorant forever. After the freedom, within a period of 30 years, a group of people who were illiterate, they had 99% rate of illiteracy. Within 30 years, the illiteracy rate dropped to 40%. It has never been done in any history of this world. It tells that they were exceptional people. Only problem is they never had an equal playing field. It doesn't mean it is doom and gloom. There is still hope. We can still reverse the system. How are we going to do that? It is what Dr. Claude Anderson tries to show us and teach Black communities, Black America, primarily Black America, not any other race. Because when we Africans come, we are a minority. We are considered immigrants in America. We are considered immigrants. Black Americans are not migrants. Yet, they are not even properly considered as a minority. They were there before the Hispanics came. They were there before the Asians came. They were there before the Jews came. They were there before we came from Africa. Yet, Black America is not receiving the same privileges like Hispanics, Jews, and Asians. What is happening? Is it Black people who are lazy? Or is it a system designed to hold us intentionally down? Some of us in Europe talk about these issues. How many Black people represent Black people in the British Parliament? How many of us are lawmakers here?
Okay, now we're talking. How
many of us who have come from Africa without the baggage of 400 years of oppression and suppression? How many of us who have come to Europe without the history and backlog of Jim Crow segregation? How many of us can say, some of us came to Europe with already university degrees from Africa? How have we been able to governmentally affect our position here in the West? We didn't come.
I think says a but me so me questioning. so that we will move from just the story no yakan. Yes, and yet Miss Brofo the Mikran and woman in Ayabayfo. Magiatum, woman yen Magiatum, but encosi da bain ye better sano. Me masem no encosi da bain. Why would I work about Africa? Maybe for Africa ne buy. Maybe no. Me kasa me de is there. Manone Brofo yet de. Me kwako bi antiase. Dabom still we should show me media to have my baby akania or kafra. What I want to say me manu me buy made is there no. I am able to force myself and dig myself and get to a place at some point. And what I always say, necessity wo me hanka. Senka me won krofo accent bianca. Se me kita wo mu GCSE bianca. Senka me start free hanka. What you say? Me no, me so be the baby never deficit of 30 years, 40 years in some cases. And I'm drew her and I'm a bellande. Me no me dig it. Me pia. Eti me hu dia wono wote ha. Dia ye wo no ha. Waka for de on you me go school. Na still oda society ase me to ne nananom no. No, de bia me catch ahwedim for me me ko hu tokwa de bia. Almost slavery, me say colonialism. It happened to all of us. Slavery, any colonialism. Slavery was happening where you were. Colonialism was killing us where we were. The oppressor is the same. It is a unifying factor. Can we move on? Is what I keep asking people. Can we move on? Is it possible to move on?
We can move on. The reason why I always deal with the history is for us to look at the story in perspective. Before you look at the solutions. Now, it is exactly what today Dr. Cloud Anderson has been fighting for the last 20, 30 years. How are Black people in the diaspora, America, and those of us who have traveled here, how are we going to become a force to reckon with? What should we do to come out of this whole big hole I have? Now, you come to realize, a study was done, and it was shown, 98% of the income in the Black community is spent outside of the Black community.
Willingly.
The money we make, 98% of our money is spent outside our community.
Willingly. I want us to also raise it. These are our choices. It's our choices. Okay.
We cannot win this battle as individuals. We must win this battle as a pack, as a team. We need to work together as a block. But here we are. We have been segregated. Ama, you realize even in the West here, what is the first action over here? To move away from his people. The first course of action for a Black middle class person is to move away from his people. He does not want to identify with lower class Africans. The first thing they move is to move within white communities because it is an elite community. It is seen as the most preferred community. But if we want people running away from our communities, how then do we expect to win?
I'm sorry, Maya disagree with her. Okay. We will not stay in our communities because we will not only live in shitholes. Sorry. We will move one after the other and we will infiltrate. Maybe India for any Pakistan for the buyer. Baby, I know one more thing. One more thing, I no who's our strategy. And they say, me now catch them for. And then they could type 20 powerful Asians. Now, we have list, it's admirable. We have Chancellor of the Exchequer. And these people, maybe England, not they can't the word pack here. Now we can't. One bro to say Black and Padane bro crofo say Pakistan is maybe better woman. Said They started moving from their community too, but the difference is one no cotton street in the school near. You are catching the new or so for Williams. Day Senate here, menu betu susu. Now one's waiting here to be. It's not that we stay where they confine us. We cannot stay where they confine us because baby, our woman has the least opportunities. We shouldn't stay there. We should leave, but we should live in numbers. We should live in strategic groups. We should never live in that community. A hostel me no nyade. Eti baby a school ni nya ne mentina ho. Me de me back baby school be boa me ba me de ne ko na me ko no. Na frɛ wo Osofo Williams. Na ma frɛ awomreku a. Na ma frɛ na Adjei. Na ma ka kire mo say 11 plus aba. Ye. Eti won so na wutrim na ma wo bansu nya kwan no so nko school yi bi. Asumasi enkrofo ya start housing association. Say na wo mo ye no. Say ni etim ye no. Me metu wonsu wo betu. Baby a wo mo say ye ntina no ye shit ho na school ni papa ni ye ntina ho anymore because ye tena ho a ye to ye tete no eno a na be koso ato ye.
Ama point well stated. Now I want to show you a classical example of this. Detroit, Michigan in the US used to be the hub of automobile industry.
Yeah.
What did they do? They moved all the manufacturing from Detroit and left it economically collapsing. Left black people there. All the whites moved away from Detroit and left. Listen, they destroyed the economy. Why? Today, they are coming back to Detroit, buying back all those buildings that the blacks could not afford because they lost their jobs. They were committing suicide. Everything is gone. They took them intentionally out to impoverish them, destroyed institutions. But here we are. Black people don't play as a team. We play as individuals. That is why 98% of the money that comes to the Black American community is spent outside of their community. It's spent among the communities.
I like the way you are going. And this is what I say to people. We are in Nankata you with deep-seated fears. One of the deepest seated of our fear is the fear of movement. So say what is and I'm a but Ghana ni better na London or shit hole apartment we were London. What catch then is the one go outside Essex here ya one ko a dime be wo a better one ko because if you sell London minim see ayana prime minister ya part be my you the DNA London ho. I am not joking. Me na met London. My husband and I lived in Man Park here warrior. We wanted to buy a house. Ade ani ebeti atone yenkukobu. Me ni bi kunu kasa ye hwe nkukobu. Ye betina kukobu ha ne yawo. Ne de atete nkwada. Oh, away pass. That time no anam ni mi kunu ye sesa ye niema. Ya nko Milton Keynes, ya nko Birmingham, ye ko Manchester awonum. Eho. What used to be your friend is saying 1 bedroom flat and yetimu rent in Manchester, about a third of it and a mortgage. We were off. We were establishing. And for first started to move to Detroit. Young Castle, young crop, one who should have been by 4 Nico. Sabe for minutes. Naha, one more very young. One more coin and see a pack here back. And this is all I'm saying. Who said by 4 Nico months and I say, because what we are by 4. One more coin, a cup more coin her school will never invest in it. Housing, they will never invest in it. So you say social services will be improved. When Sabe 4 years 12 wow into a lovely estate no mfifi na me be kwakojibi. Tanam tie. Baby no a wo ye ni ye di ama wo mo ho no. Wo mo ya wo mo be hu no se bitu mfifi. What is good for them is good for me. Do you have to scratch to achieve? Yes. But that is the God honest truth sometimes in the places we find ourselves. Do they want to integrate? No. Pressure is some crop because what has mean the program Debbie. But one case will force a scratchy position you make a place at the table for yourself. And you force other people to come to the table because it's yours. They can't send you away from the table because it's yours. I want to say your redemption. For Black people, redemption is in economic strength. It is in conscious choices to say the Jew for 1 year. Me who say Williams to Tonade, ne me who Pakistani to Tonade, men to abontain da. Even if Williams in the wedding, meto. Na me to we are medinatem. Na me to we are masopano. Me to we are ma bonituja no wa ye. It's the only thing which will help us survive. This is the truth we need to start telling each other. I want to say me say history no ya adwin. My study history ni bi pa. Now, as you started here to say, we shall overcome. We shall overcome. Sad. Me mama to yama. Me nana to yama. Me so I'm singing. My kids are singing. Which day? When? Dabeng. We should overcome. Starting from today. Maxi story. Me aware. Minim. What me abe for? Metiasi. What me need for be magiatum. Nemo. Sometimes we need to scratch against the rhetoric. Progress has to be made.
This is the progress we are talking about. Until we begin to work as a pack, until we begin to work as a block. Listen.
Okay.
Now, Black America is 13% of the American population. If Black America work as a pack, as a team, it is a very strong, formidable political block to deal with. Here we are. We have been separated into Democrats and Republicans. History, the deep-seated pain of history, is separated systematically. You know, the French for Africa, divide and rule. And it has been a system that is being successful among Black African communities. It is easy to separate us from each other than to put us together. If we don't come together and build strong communities, build a different educational system. Why? Because there are certain curriculum in Black America, as way back as the 60s, a Black college degree holder was not worth as much as a secondary school dropout who's a Caucasian.
Yes. William, stop working for them.
I'm talking about. So we don't work as a pack. We work as a people. So now we as a people, if the first generation is not doing it, it must become an intentional program. Now we have to now start to build our own schools. Look at the Jews. The Jews built their own schools. Asians built their own schools. But we go to other schools. So the curriculum being built is not to develop us. It's to bring us to a system that doesn't want us. So if we don't work as a team,
but you know what is funny?
Our economic systems, we are going to be a problem.
Also, for this school, how many agents in the because they're capital intensive. We don't for money is the Chinese. They just get the local social centers and they start Chinese school from 4:30 to 8 o'clock and Ajubia. They don't establish their own school. But then Chinese school, they teach them the British curriculum 2 years in advance. They teach it in Mandarin. They teach it and teach it and teach it until them. So they teach Omomanu 2 years in advance and sana school as that teacher. It's who be first is what our class now 2 years ago. The Chinese children are clever. The Chinese children are clever. And I'm overinflated egos. I'm build up. I like the Chinese model. We don't need to go and pay and build a school. We just need to start our own little social systems. Saturday school. And for Saturday school. At the youth empowerment and yen. But yet this
is the problem, sir. You look at all the other communities. Jews work as a pack. Asians work as a pack. Caucasians work as a pack. The only group of people who do not work as a pack are Black people. We work we work on our own. We don't support each other. Sure. In the Jewish community, it is said, sir, money in the Jewish community bounces 16 times within the Jewish community before it bounces one outside.
They say they let it bounce. Amongst the Asians, the Pakistanis, it will never bounce.
Until say we have to intentionally begin to educate our people, indoctrinate our people to be a group thinking people. So we must work as a pack. We must put these things in our children. You see, we must instill these kinds of discipline and into our people. See, we cannot be looking at a group of people and think, oh, these ones are lazy, these ones are lazy. It is the same narrative. They went through this same thing, work in isolation. I'm looking at Black Lives Matter. see, it's really important. But I look at Floyd dies, and then somebody like Mayweather says, I'm going to pay for the funeral. It's like $84,000 to throw Floyd away. How much are we investing in the community to educate, to empower the community? The history is there, but we must raise awareness, conscious awareness that we are working behind, because we are not working as a team. You make millions. The first thing you think about is to buy a Rolls Royce, reinvesting the money into the very community you say hate us.
Bam.
You are giving them capital to build strong institutions against us. So there has to be a whole re-education of our communities. Yes, we will not be insensitive to the plight, but we must re-educate ourselves and say, listen, say, I'm an extra there. I will not take my child for any extra classes with any other community. I will empower my community to teach my children. I live here in the Wolverhampton. There's a Ghanaian community here. And the president of the community once met me and said, Apostle, we organize free, not paid though, free weekend classes for the children, yet the community will not bring their children. See, but when my problem is when we're talking about the Black Americans, we cannot use the same narrative for us to them. Their story is totally different from our story. We came here with a mission. We traveled on our own. It doesn't matter how low we came here. We came here with a mission to change our story. These did not come. Some of them were born and they saw their grandfathers, great-grandfathers in the cotton field. They heard the same song. And Dr. Miles Monroe wrote a book, The Aftermath of Slavery. Slavery is not as dangerous as the effect it leaves on people, where people are socially broken. Intellectually, they have been kept bankrupt, intentionally, systematically, institutionalized, just to keep them down. You don't compare them to us, even we who came to come and look for something, we don't work together. So can you imagine where they built systems for Black people to tell on Black people if a slave wants to run, another slave will report that slave. It was a system that was in the slave master. See, slavery is not dangerous. The impact, and we see the aftermath of what is happening. See, if today Oprah dies, it has no economic impact on the Black community, because the presence of Oprah is not affecting Black community economically. It is just iconic, but it has no economic impact whatsoever. Barack Obama.
And then I want to take one. So yeah, but today, maybe let's also throw you some punches. Maybe that will be about misplaced priorities and a lot of things. Listen, share. And some no I can no correct. Your friend is saying misplaced priorities. SSC Casasem. Oh, that Floyd Esibuchia Sikano Ediama Nina George. But this whole problem with George started with $20 bill.
Exactly.
The whole fiasco started with a $20 bill. A bit of education, a bit of empowerment, a bit of, your friend is say, investment in our people. And KB Anka George, ne $20 bill, no, they call it allegedly. KB and Kenya at the pro market. Because for one first, be no one quite. Also, maybe I make the stimulus, Nankasa. And Crofono, woman pewase. So, woman, woman, in fact, one more short in day, no matter why you're mobile. It's BB kitty said $20 bill. It's not I escalate acquire BB. So Floyd decided George funeral what they call George and what no. And what the status what the year capital might be before class woman fast starting business, not as a gift, but as a loan. Because a lot of these guys will not get loans from the bank. Yeah, Floyd did you know what they call funeral, no good for him. Maybe say me stress, and I'm like, we have little man syndrome. We think that throwing money at the final, your friend is a dead body, makes a big difference. It does not. What you do is make sure you pick the next one. Make sure, sister, Papa, history. One of the reasons why because he had a history with a few run-ins with the law. We need to start educating our people. The excuse that we need to also be careful of some of the things that we end up creating a record for. Pencil, shop say shoplifting. You will be down for shoplifting. Pencil no enkofa. Here is a pencil. Adia be manual or kwa shop no. Here is a pencil. Pencil. Brabet na haye mfa pencil ncho. Bet na hana fa pencil ne twere. There are pencils provided here which they we are with your soriko fie. Maybe sa pencils and tinkiti anka kwara no cotton tam. No shoplifting record no. We need to look at this thing holistically. We really do. We don't meno my bread any complaint. Ma tie yate. Ma tie nyom ne sa ma bread. Me nana etoye wa anya hwe amfa ho. Nti ma me beto so. Wo beto nyom no wo no so anya hwe amfa ho. Me beto ye. Me so ma hwe so anya hwe nti say me ma no mate deda. But I am actually looking at my grandchildren and I'm working, trying to make sure that we galvanize and our grandchildren never hear this rhetoric. Your grandchildren know omo beba no na wo ma me no wo mo papa no be pia wo maduru baby. And then I make out a video no e bia wo osofo. Wo wo mpese we progress. But that's okay. You still have to go up and make progress, not for you, but for you. SSA obibu. SSA obibu me. It's even if me many, even if I'm satisfied with being at the bottom of the food chain, me nana no munti. I need to arise and I need to dig, not for my own personal ambition, not for my own aspiration, but for the collective good. SSA a cancer seven chile. Woko tu nu ebi no opepa nkrofo shoe ho a wo se hwe apepa shoe no ho say me enye shoe e boninim. Inspire your brother to also look because ebi na shoe no a wo pepa ho no wo nya nwen hu betimi aye shoe start issue when they said 21st century 2020 is the best opportunity for black people when him dey there
tell me
see can they say our internet so enya college degree and ye dey pesika tete no na MYN because you need a degree say mudu no aye ni bi say new money principles no any idiot can make money with the new money principles. But again, abrofone na ehunu saade abrofone na ye te baby to buchi biton. Yenhu ye. We need to start learning and teaching each other that the only freedom there is economic freedom. Economic freedom is the only freedom there is.
I know there you are so right because see me what I'm saying is back again based on Powernomics, the economic empowerment of the black people. The foundation of all things is economics. Those who have the money control the government. Those who have the money control education. Those who have money control entertainment. Those who have money is the bottom of all. Now here we have a group of people. And when I look at the Black American story, and then you hear the Declaration of Independence and the pursuit of happiness, the inalienable rights, and then it looks so beautiful, but it is not for a Black American. It is for people. America was built for migrants, and so people come. You go to America today, they tell you the most educated migrants in America are Nigerians. It's not Black Americans, because Black America is not considered a migrant community in America. But this is a people, and until Black people come to realize that nobody is going to do anything for us. One, nobody cares about our welfare. It will never happen. We are not part of the success equation. They want to keep us out. So we have to understand that if me alone, I am successful, and it does not trickle down to other people, my success is not relevant because it's just an isolated case. But you're an outlier.
When you're an outlier, I know but you are an outlier. So I didn't tiny here, and it's so true. You are an outlier. But your case is an outlier case. And I'm like, but yeah, we all have to start doing it too because that's our was successful.
We have to have a communal thinking, sir. We can only progress as a team. But as individuals, we can become successful individuals, but it does not translate to the Black community. Oprah is Oprah. And I asked the question, how many Oprahs do we have? We have only one Oprah. How many Ben Carsons do we have? So if that impact can be trickled down, I don't know if I'm correct, but one of America's politicians said, when it comes to black reparation, white America putting Barack Obama in the Oval Office is enough payment for black people. This is a statement they make to a group of people. Say, for us to put Barack Obama in as a president, we are
also the greatest nonsense. Barack Obama is a Kenyan man's son. He left him at 2. He was raised by white people. He grew up as a dark-skinned kid amongst white people. His fundamentals are not necessarily as black as some of us look at the skin and get deceived by. One was a year no nipa ya dream and yama who deeply. It's a brofuni nim sadi and they drip feed us sope ni eniaje ni ehuri. We got Barack eniaje. Barack is good. Don't get me wrong. He's better than nothing at all. However, so what you will be to say Barack and I would want no singing black people praiser. Barack ne ma mene ne nananom na wometete. They are white people. They are not before. It's in the fundamental constructs, in the loyalties. So
what we have received are icons, but here we are. We need to talk. How are we going to work as a team? How are we going to construct a community-based organization? What businesses are we going to communally build as a people? What educational institutions are we going to build that is tailored for black people? Because
what mentorship are we giving our children? Let me say Pretty Patel no. Before him, but Pretty Patel no cohort now woman in our government is saying a strategic plan. It was a 25-year plan. Asia for the starting. Me say me ba bitch na ya can the work packing the din crofat. Na say what you nam kromaya what is obi frobi packing?
They are in positions of power.
What is obi frobi packing say ukro? Yeah, because they say wait foreign secretary where ya there say the term did not one would did them. You look stupid because success is beginning to look Asian. Success is Asian. The mayor of London is Asian. The highest decision makers are Asians. It took us Asia for Virginia. Now we look stupid. That's the strategy for black people. Well, for Williams, protest no ayen. So we protest with 3 more. We protest because you need somebody else to act on your discomfort for you. And into Nanam Street team. So we kokosu na ye di pakora ne mo ba ebia obeyama. We tie ya 50-50. The better thing to do is make sure so one crop for 5-6 were cabinet. One more cabinet meeting, all 6 of them can raise their hand and say, we are discussing black boys in Birmingham. Because it's a problem. Because it's a problem they all know. You need about close to half of it. You need security in numbers. It's a for no money in them school, no more school, you're dashing age in a so. More money, baby, or mobility and in the betchere, whether you become United Samoa, and now say they will be finally in positions of power, so they will start effecting change. We need to start encouraging Yamano in governance. We need to start voting like no one's business. We need to start getting our own representatives and we back them, regardless of whatever. We back them.
This is the problem we have as a people. The only group of people who are playing a game not to win are black people. We are playing the game not to win. We want to integrate.
We are watching the game.
Okay.
We are watching on TV.
If we don't begin to think, sir, look at this. We can say we are disenfranchised, we are marginalized, we are this. That is true. That is the reality of the story, but that is not the end of the story. The narrative looks bleak, but the point is, until we start to work as a team, this is the problem I have you. All these groups we are talking about, Asians, they hold each other's hand to build a power block. Jews hold each other's hand to build a power block. The only group of people who are not thinking as a group is we black people. We think individuality. I have a $5 million mansion. I am successful. I am rich. That is true. But your community is not rich.
But we will all rob you at night. So what was the point?
Your community is not rich.
What was the point?
This is what we are not thinking. Sir, I am asking myself, Oprah goes to South Africa and builds a school, says it's 30 million euros. God knows what. There are children in Detroit who can't go to school. You left them to South Africa. We don't need you in South Africa. Build your own community. Let the wealth you've made in the black community reflect on the black people. Build a base. But then we want to do things. We want to do things which has no economic significance. The only thing is we become icons. We have become. I don't really understand anymore.
They say Black American story is different from your story now. I say, yeah, we want. So, who say Ghana and Ukraine? Yeah, nature is a camera being home. Okay, a poster opportunity.
Exactly.
See, I'm sorry, I couldn't. I see a tree doing the boy. Okay. Yeah, nipa bian hunu na omo yedin na wonsa yemra ne ayenye. But some of the things that are actually required to change our story, nobody will have the camera there. These are the everyday bread and butter things you do, and nobody thanks you. There will be nobody there to see. Or could be a school of South Africa because it is a good poster opportunity. Tinkrofo is what South Africa kama. Will be a school no Detroit media coverage, will not be the same. And I was off, will it be the same?
No, but this says we are not ready to own anything. We are not ready. There are how many cable stations in America? How many of them are owned by black people? Because we don't own anything. One few lights here and there, and then somebody will point it to you, say, Ben Carson. Good. Ben Carson, a top surgeon. How impactful has that been to the American black community? If you became an icon that served you and never trickled down to your community, you failed. You didn't do anything. So until, we built new educational systems, educating black people for black communities, black businesses. See, the communities we are competing with, Caucasians have built a community. He will not buy a Tommy Hilfiger until he knows the next generation is secured. Caucasians will not buy a Tommy Hilfiger trouser until they know the next generation is secured. Black people will rather wear a Tommy Hilfiger for status. Meanwhile, the one you dress doesn't even care about you.
Mrs. Tommy Hilfiger, yeah, okay. Well, the truth of the matter is, yeah, you thought Tommy Hilfiger because you were little man syndrome. Yeah, we haven't really been successful yet, but we are desperate for our brothers to think we are successful. And into the higher hosa, Abrofono, or one cassa, what bonny bracre drew baby, who is what I can't fear be, non the was a t-shirt, baby, or was the cat to say, as there is no need to demonstrate security to anybody because they are quite comfortable in the fact that they have arrived. But yeah, because of your little man syndrome, designer. What him say before? And again, near Marcus here are a bro. So now I will school be more Manchester. Head teacher no, or super head, or headed 2 schools. Name salary a 0 the baby. So I no kind or can't your friends 2002 or can't one in 2016. Super head. Mobile phone wa ekitano. I'm said Nokia 22.5 na ekitano. There was no need to actually go and demonstrate fear to show anybody. Guess who changed their car every 2 years? Actually, former teaching assistants. Not teachers, teaching assistants. Ni pay a teacher dear quarter. Ordinary teacher, need half. First year teacher, dear half. But one on one, ye needs or ye the lowest of the pay, or no, and the becca the biggest of the cast. Say, be ya ye be who is one no so yambo. And that be big to every basic, not paycheck number. asemwaba bohu sa abrofo covid ba ye ya tifie wo no wo wo niema ketekete bi wo ho a wo tibi check balance ye di ni nyina to ka no sisi abonte covid nso aba ya kwa adwa hwan na ne ho kire no nti wo say ye ne fa additional shift e wo ba bia e high risk and cases we be 2 days 3 days a week near fat the rest of the week off so that we minimize our risk there be a na ye overtime because ejumana wo ye bo hu se wa frofro bibi bi akotew ne ye ntias eniema na eye wide they are very deep seated issues.
Well, and all this thing is education, but if we don't have the economics to fund these kinds of education, if we don't have the capital to fund all these things, we will be marching like Martin Luther marching on the streets of Alabama, and we shall overcome. There's a good song, but it never overcomes until we do pragmatic things. You see, not playing anybody down, but there must be, Black Lives Matter should be a march on Black people. Black Lives Matter should be a march on Black corporations. Black Lives Matter should be a march on Black academicians. That we need to march on you. Change the curriculum, change the education, change the narrative. Let us re-educate ourselves. Let us re-inform ourselves. Let us now begin to work together. If I want to buy a designer cloth, I should buy a Black designer cloth. Throw back my money into the Black community. I have to throw back my money back. Rolls Royce, I just empowered the people I'm crying said they're against me. I just gave them hard cash to build systems against me. The people have taught them the figure. I just invested into their trust funds to take care of the next generation of oppressors. So what we are doing, with the Black Lives Matter, they may support too, but the march should be directed at a different place because some police, he has a duty to search and shoot. O march and change police policy. More march in the still. But when we have institutions that we can hold them to ransom, they'll back off. They'll
example, any your friend is saying Mamia or Nuna or your friends at Washington. Now what changes street name of baby at Trump driving when a Juma. That is what demonstrates. Yeah, and I'm not joking. She is in a position of power and she's able to effect that change. It's a symbolic change. It changes a lot of things for people's psyche and mentality. But no, Senkafe no petition. So Obin sat the name of the street and at 20 years near. But she was the one in position. She's a sister of color. She heard and she changed, and there was nothing the president could do. Sani agruwe. Se kwa Trump. Na woni abrofo e besisa hwe na wo bedi abrofo wo ya abofra aden na wono betisa ma wo bedi no so like how which when who Jimmy for ben yes sir nobody will do it, but what we are asking abrofo to do is the epitome of stupidity. We are telling abrofo say wo no emwa yen emma yen ni ye ho na ye di ho a why na be hye wo mase is the problem. And in the broni wo moa wo da esese ye ti ye ho ase broni moa wo da young kasa na se kan ye say hey ya bre me ba ko boa me ba na me ba timi asese street wedding wo sofo so ko boa ba na ne ba ay judge so that ye dey before para ba obewuri fairly we so ko no akọ building ne ho na we ya teacher ni no akọ classroom ho no wa empower enkura no wa encourage wom we so a consultant wo hospital ho enti wo be sure say before I be ba ho no ye be ma wo mo the fair care before here yenya womo na ho corona ye ba ye ku before me kan na for ye hospital care no se bibi ni su na broni su ye be ko broni ho
of course
bibi ni su na broni su ye be ko broni ho enti ye before no womo dampa nim se tim ye dane wo as frequently as ye dane abrof and enti na before ni wu faster no. It doesn't necessarily mean say genetically there was much wrong with what care no awon sabeka no. The care you received, if it was timely, would determine your success. Oh yes. Ako Also for kasa, I'm telling you. And I say, me sheda me to form money. Me who jeni who. Money na mo was answer same way we she kona party yenti. And nunti na nre me say say me so mutuja.
Ama, the point is this. You see, ejina baby a obeka asem no. And how far it will go. A few months ago, I was asking the question. I come from a tradition of Christianity, so I look at life from that angle. And then I asked the question, say, I use Ghana just as a case study. Say, how many years has the charismatic movement been in Ghana? It's about 40 years.
Yeah.
What was the plan, economic plan of the church? Say, in the next 20, 30 years, we want to raise 30 people, solid 30 people to take power. We have never had that organizational thinking. It has been individualistic attempt to succeed. It has been the same thing with Black America. If they had a national plan for Black people, so we want to consolidate our funds and raise people, back them up, educate them, empower them, and put them in places of significance. And after all these years, we will have had significant Black voices, not just marching on the street, but then penning under legislations that benefit Black people. But here we are. Sometimes you just want to ask the question, what is wrong with us? And this is the question I keep asking. What is wrong with us? We are not cursed. We are just misinformed. We are just miseducated. Our priorities have been diverted.
Actually, I bet was so who need the with Facebook. So when you who's the entire with Facebook, I'm a man can't you. So me text messages. TV, would you have seen my text messages? I don't have your telephone number. Me broadcast my WhatsApp list. So would you have seen it? No, you wouldn't. And it's that me say we have a Facebook. Yeah, discuss it. I'm not saying that we are solving it just, but I'm galvanizing with TV. When you hear me, I join the Utrimu, it should be activated, and you go in your corner and you start acting. And you have your best start here because this is our best mobilization tool. There is no radio station abroad and the no way.
No.
They say my why you free the international and you don't go back at Auroma and Casase will find a Becca and a Betty. It's immediate, you are wrong. Mecca with Facebook, half or Pim's the moon about two messages and ra. A hey, Yana, me be soldier. Let me name source for Menyano. Miss Soja and who is and who see who had a no waba. Some of you don't understand. And I'm fresh of what I'm catching or so for. What can we dream or say hi? You back cancer, Mamma, for first. You made me young a person to be better into the and yes, I am so glad it worked. And hey, you be free as here. Or say buying life insurance cries a problem of our Ghanaian people. Yes, the incomes no. You were not a young passive. It's in the panel of Baba body, you could piece the kind of swan near the Amaba near Terry. You will be as a many say.
Yeah, these are some of the problems we have as Black people. When you are trying to raise awareness, when you are trying to raise awareness, another problem. Another Black man like you has a problem. Say, why are we talking about this thing here? Where should we talk about it? Where are you?
Okay.
You think CNN will give you think BBC will give you time to talk about this? It was not designed for you. You must find a venue to talk about your problem, reach the people you can reach. How did people get on the street with Black Lives Matter? You think it was advertised on CNN? No.
Yeah.
The Black man has been the Black man's problem. The Black man has, this is what I've been saying for many years. So, until we begin to work as a team, educate as a team, think like a team, and go with this team mentality that I'm not winning alone. We are winning as a team and build a community for ourselves. And then our children will come and continue because there will not be a team thing to think about. And so my child will be a lawyer somewhere who's only thinking about her own story. She became something somewhere who's only thinking about her own story, not the general story of her people. But the ancients think totally different. The ancients think as a team. They are fighting as one group of people, moving in one. There are places in Wolverhampton, when I go, a whole neighborhood, the whole street are Indians in Kwanete.
When you date one more toy, maybe say, we bought a house at the same time, and my colleague, Pakistani girl, on also toy. Or dino, I check my member wins here and Sana near ready media chain. Or Tony dino, and I see a toy. Say she just bought her 9th house, number 9. Because many couldn't want a service near top.
Exactly.
One in a bush for one to susu and one to susu the todine. A two susu the token tea. Ye two susu at the share a quay ye two susu at the togu chiviton. Woman to susua over the todine. And every 3 years, she finds herself buying new house because of self susu no woman to susu at the todine. She owns about half of her property, Manchester, baby, I was, but they even own or die with Colchester, on Tana Colchester. Then we have been a Colchester, no, who say how you good, no friend, or say, S, bra, the tobacco, Nim Yan in the coho, a coco ye leg work, a man that baby, a you good is a one to, and a one, a cotoy. She owns a house in Colchester, she's never lived in Colchester before. Meaning is if that's
so see this separatist mentality amongst us. See, I'm saying this honestly. If we have a group of people to talk to, it should be our children. Begin to brainwash them in this communal thinking and communal spirit. Because I'm telling you honestly, baby, I agree in the number. We will rather compete with each other, not compete together as a team. We compete against each other, not as a team. So we, from the word go, say, if you begin to start, say, you are building a leadership institution to raise African leadership minds, your own people will come back and speak against you.
Oh.
This mentality. Well, I know the area. When you look at the liberation theology, where when a white evangelical is preaching the Bible, his narrative is totally different because his experiences are totally different. I cannot fit into that kind of a message because it does not speak to my situation. And as late as the 1700s, 1800s, when they decided say it is all right for black people in America to now begin to own the church, this is what happened. By legislation, they had to choose ministers for the churches. And 3 things the ministers had to teach. They had to teach black people how to be submissive and accept the status quo. And that when the Bible talks of slaves, it talks of slaves related to their masters. Their masters were white people. And third, they should wait, and when they die, they will have their treasures in heaven. This was a system by law given to the ministers to tell the black congregation. And they did a good job by listening to their masters. And they taught them these principles. Don't rebel. Don't try to go up. Don't ask for too much. You might even be deprived the little you have. And this system trickles down upon.
Don't go chasing waterfalls. And yes,
you grow up with that mentality. Me fran tumago, me ndim pipra grow. Tuba do chekrana, ufran tumago, into undim pipra grow. And you are so careful. You are careful of your own people. Unya to tuma heni you. No more dear. We fear each other. We are against each other. We are so separated amongst each other. even the way we relate to each other, when we don't intentionally break this barrier and begin to build an organization of Black community. See, there's nothing wrong to talk about Black people coming together. It looks like it's a taboo word. Why Caucasians are together, Asians are together, Jews are together. Why are we not willing to push this agenda?
And then you heart to see because maybe so jadi biaka. And then abakade. You be so we will smoke. And I know pay sorry, and I be an person be can wo pay me. I had to start to say my main on mute time my mute.
We shall overcome someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe.
Oh yes,
that we shall overcome.
That's you're quite heavy now. We will overcome.
And the next stanza. We shall live in peace
with our oppressors.
We shall live in peace.
Oh yes.
We shall live in peace someday.
You better peace, baby.
Oh, deep in my heart,
I'm singing and one of them have more.
I do believe that we shall overcome someday. My grandmama dreamt of someday. It didn't happen in her time. My mama dreamt of someday. It hasn't happened in her time. I was dreaming of someday. It hasn't happened in my time. And my children are still continuing to dream of someday. When will someday come? When will it come? We have to change it. We have to change it. And it has to stop with this generation. We need to understand that we can be singing this for the next 500 years if we allow it. We will be oppressed for the next century if we want. Or we can storm the table and we can change the rhetoric. This is what I am preaching for those of you who don't get it. Listen to me this day. When I first came to England, to the United Kingdom, the Paki term was a derogatory term. It is no longer that. Now, when I walk the streets, I don't hear the same term in the same way anymore. Do you know why? Because you look stupid when you use it now. When you want to insult the Asians, you look stupid now. Do you know why? Because some of these Asians have climbed to the highest of the tables. Priti Patel is one you know, but not the only one. So this morning, I actually went and did a simple search. And I looked for some of the names which have changed the Asian rhetoric in the last 20, 25 years. Before my very eyes. Sajid Javid is one. Decision making. Priti Patel, another one. Decision making. Sadiq Khan, decision making. Neil Basu, decision making. Rabinder Singh, decision making. Rishi Sunak, decision making. Are you guys hearing me? Are you guys hearing me? These guys have stormed the highest tables. They are the final decision makers in some big games. These guys have made success look Asian. Success looks Asian. Intellect is able to look Asian. Yes, we do not diss the curry anymore like when I first turned up to England. There was a connotation to the curry. Now we all go to Curry Mile and we eat. Eating a curry is now a norm. Because these guys came and they established restaurants. They did not want to hide in corners. They stormed the high street. They owned the corner shops. They owned it all. They brought it all. And they established themselves. And that, for me, is the model I want to look at so that in the next 20 years, like these guys have done, in the next 2025, it is also possible to also sit here with a blacklist of foreign secretary who is black, of the chancellor of the exchequer who is black, of MPs, long strings of them who are black, who distinguish themselves, so that intelligence look black, so that success looks black, so that phenomenal talent of black people become exhibited on a daily basis. This is my cry. This is my cry. Am I saying that there is no racism? Of course not. Just as the Asians have shown. You can live in prejudice, but you can also be quite systematic and strategic while suffering the prejudice you hate, so that you climb and you leave it behind. That's what they've done. They lived with prejudice. They understood strategy. They bore their cross with their prejudice. Was it right? No, it was not. But they were no longer going to stay in the bottom to suffer. They were going all the way to the top. And they were going to change the rhetoric themselves, because nobody else was going to do it for them. That's what I'm saying. We shall overcome. We have to start overcoming this day. We need to start overcoming this day. I'm tired of singing "We shall overcome." When will we overcome? When will we do it? Who is going to overcome for us? Nobody else. I need to start overcoming for me. You need to start overcoming for you. It's a daily struggle. It's a daily struggle. And we climb and position ourselves. And slowly we arrive at the decision table and we change things for us. We change things for ourselves. So that's what I've been preaching. This is what I'm screaming and shouting. Listen, some people, when we first come, we are at the bottom of the food chain. There's nothing we can do about it. We've arrived here. But we don't stay there. We don't stay there. Of course, we don't stay there. Many of us have climbed ourselves out of the holes. And we've positioned ourselves, and these people make us look complacent. And we look down and we look down at everybody else. And we think we've made it out, so we've done well. You've done nothing if you are the only one out. You are an outlier if you are on your own. You don't change public perception at all. Public perception begins to look different when you have a list like this. Public perception begins to change when we have large numbers of people changing the average rhetoric. This is what I'm saying. So on this day, what I'm saying to you is that as a parent, you need to sacrifice everything you have to make sure your children are getting everything they are entitled to and what they are not entitled to in the education system, so that your kids rise into top positions in the next 10, 15 years. That's your job. This is your mandate to the struggle. This is besides your parental responsibility. Maybe parental responsibility was not enough. Race survival is the game now. Race survival is the game. Your child has to become a prime minister somewhere, a CEO somewhere, somebody who makes decisions somewhere, a company director somewhere. Yes, the very, very top has to be your son, not just for your sake. No, not for bragging rights, but for race survival, for race relations. You have to make sure that the children in your community whose parents have not understood these responsibilities get your support, not because you are friends with their parents, not even because you like these young people, not because they are easy to work with, because we are not easy to work with. It's that simple. But you go into that intervention thinking race survival. Race survival. Sometimes you have to fight ourselves and fight each other in order to dig some of us from the trench. And that's what we do. And the new thing on your lips is race survival. That is your justification. Not because anybody will thank you. Not because anybody would even acknowledge what you do. Not because they want to help themselves. But you don't care whether they help themselves or not. You help them for race survival's sake. Don't be fooled by some of the oppressors and the things they tell us. But your people are lazy. Well, they are lazy. But for the sake of race survival, we cannot allow them to remain lazy. Your people don't help themselves. Well, help them. Because helping yourself alone means nothing if your brother is at the bottom. There will be no respect for you, just from individual track record. Many of us have gone that route, myself included, and it never gets us anywhere. It's when A, B, C, D, we see 20, 50, 100, thousands of examples, is where the general rhetoric changes. And so when you've made it, remember that you are isolated on your own. You are easy to shoot down because there is no security around you. And for that reason, you dig another one to stand tall beside you. And then you dig yet another one to stand even taller. And you make your shoulders available for the next person to climb even higher. There is no competition. It's race survival. Race survival. And when you've climbed on top of each other's shoulders and got to a point, you can all lend a hand down and drag more people up. That's what I am saying. We must overcome. This day is my new song. This is what I'm challenging you. So next time you hear the song, next time you are tempted to sing the old, remember that we are doing away with the old and we are singing the new. We must overcome. We must overcome. We must overcome this day. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe that we must overcome this day. Tell yourself that as a rallying call every morning. Every morning, your life choices need to help you to overcome that day. You need to have overcome the last week so that the next month is an overcoming month. And when you sit at the end of the year, you'll be shocked how far you've come. Little drops of water makes a mighty ocean. And overcoming is a personal decision on a daily basis. On this day, I am sick and tired of being on the bottom of the food chain. So what do I do to get the hell out of this place? What do I do? Nobody's about to help me, but what do I do? Is anybody going to encourage me? Hell no, but what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Because I cannot stay here. For race survival, I cannot stay here. Yes, I have been cleaning for a bit, and it's no shame cleaning, no. But from this day, I am changing from just a cleaner to a cleaning supervisor. Having supervised for a little while, I'm going to look into how to start a cleaning company. Because the people who start cleaning companies, they start just like you. They just dream and aspire to be, and some of us just settle. It's unfortunate, but it's true. We settle because we are personally happy with what we've got. But for race survival's sake, that is inadequate. That is inadequate. So arise and shine, and I call you to do it for the sake of your race, for the sake of your people, for the continuation, for the survival of your race. You have to aspire to be better than you wanted. Yeah, it's okay for you. You can pay your bills. I get you. I dig you. I feel you. But for the respect your children need to be able to live a more meaningful life, you cannot settle. You cannot settle. Yes, you want to sleep. Yes, you want to buy nice things. Yes, I would like to buy a brand new car. It's a difference between paying my children's school fees and buying a new car in August. And right now, for the sake of race survival, my car is going to stay. My car is going to stay. I need a new phone. But yeah, I look at the phones. I've taken 2 weeks to ponder. I've not even chosen because I need to choose strategically and wisely. I need to delay some of the self-gratification because I want to pay forward a better opportunity for my kids. It's for race survival, not just for my children. Not just for my children. My children have to succeed, even if they don't want to. My children have to position themselves higher than me, even if I have to scratch their eyeballs to get them there. They will get there. I have to push them. Because I cannot confine my grandchildren to the same existence that myself and my children are living. My grandchildren have to get better. So even when their parents don't want to do it, I am doing it for the sake of my grandchildren. And so I fight. We have to start finding these bigger pictures. We need to start finding the long-term goal. We need to make sure that overcoming is not a dream. We have been dreaming. I have a dream. No, we changed that one too. I have a plan. Yes. We've been dreaming. It was no problem dreaming, but the dreaming should have turned into planning. So when you sing, I have a dream, I want to challenge you to add the second stanza right now, which is, I have a plan. A plan to change, a plan to save, a plan to rewrite our history, a plan to force respect, a plan to let other people, whether they like it or not, to see competence when they see Black, to see efficacy when they see Black, to see somebody who does what they say when they are Black. Respect has to look Black very soon. Yeah. Charity, if we need it today, should definitely not be the plan for tomorrow. So any Black person who is sitting on anything which looks charitable, I'm daring you this day to look at today and tell yourself that you are going to draw a line underneath it. Again, not for your sake, but for the sake of posterity, for race survival. I know for personal comfort, some of these things are nice. They are comfortable. They're exactly what you need. But they make respect difficult for your children. They make respect difficult for your grandchildren. And because you are a responsible adult, you are a responsible parent, you are a responsible grandparent, you also sacrifice your comfort sometimes for the sake of posterity.
Also, money.
These are hard truths, but it must be told. Yeah. And you know, I'm still of the notions we have to build communities. We have to intentionally decide to work as a team. We have to do this intentionally, educational wise. What are the things we are imprinting upon the subconscious of our own children? I tell my children every day, don't come back from school and tell me about racism. I want you to know that if your white classmate is getting 90, you need to get 100 because the competition is against you. So if you don't fight, you don't come and complain. Put yourself somewhere that you are too relevant to be ignored.
Bam.
So these are things that communal-wise, we have to build a community of this mindset. And we should stop this isolationist ideology that each one for himself, God for us all. In this battle, each one is not for himself. Each one is for the other. Once you are on your own, your victory is just a single and isolated victory. If your child went to the best university, it didn't mean all our children went. Your child might have found themselves in an elite society, but just an individual. But we must build community organizations. Hey, Amma, my wife told me, she came to the UK before me, and she said there's an Asian shop where they sell African stuff, Asian shop. And this guy started the shop very small, but by the help of Africans, but by the help and money of Africans, he's expanded the shop 3 times what it used to be. Why? There will be an African shop next door. We will not buy there. We will go to the Asian shop. The Asian shop is cheaper.
It's cheaper. Yeah.
So we go there. But what we don't realize is we are economically destroying our own community. We don't
louder, please, louder.
We don't have an economic base. We don't have organizations that can say, you know what, we are helping our people buy houses.
Hey,
whatever we do, we're going to help families buy houses. We want to economically empower you to have a feet in the system, not just renting for the rest of your life, but we want to help you own properties. It raises your credit worthiness in the community. And then you are pushing. But we don't work as a team. One person wants to buy a house and tell the other how lazy they are. And they think they have arrived. But it is a shame. You've not succeeded. It is just you and your little family. You are small. You are so minute. They can crush you any day they want to crush you. But they can't crush us as a community. If we stand as a force, they can't crush us together. So my cry is Black Lives Matter, but the march should be marched towards the right places. When you march it towards the white man, you are wasting your time because he wants you in that position.
Hey!
March it towards Black business people, Black educationists. Let them know our anger is against you. What have you done with your success? What have you done with your achievement? How have you empowered your community? How have you tried to bring us out of this? Don't tell us the bad story. We are living the life. We know it. Tell us, what are we going to do to come out? Show us the economic plan. Show us the educational plan. These are the two foundations, economics and academics. When you don't have this, you are just going to be on the bottom of the food chain. The community, your community. When I say this, so that people don't understand my passion. It took me 18 and a half years as a Mina people. 18 and a half years of my life went. Meanwhile, I was in the church, 7 in the church. I had 3 university admissions. All I needed was a signature.
A guarantor.
They are guaranteeing. Nobody will do it because I don't buy one go school. Go school. This is our mentality. This is our mentality. On sign on go school. No buy go school. Factory also go school. So we destroy our own potentials. We destroy our own community. And then we cry that Black Lives Matter. No, if Black Lives Matter, let's build Black people. If Black Lives Matter, let's invest in Black people. Let's use Black earned money and invest it in Black people. This was sometimes I get so angry with African politicians. We come for loan from the West and then steal the money and put it in the banks of the West. And they reinvest our loans that we put in their banks to further their agenda. And then you cry, Black Lives Matter. Your priorities are misplaced. You don't know what you don't really want to come out. You want to cry because it's easy to cry. But when are we going to wake? And you and I, must march against these people. Our problem is our own people. If we come together, force them to bring us together, we will become a force to reckon with. Can you imagine Black American population if it was one voice? Every political party in America will bow the knee before them. They will bow the knee before them because it is a huge block to deal with. But here, they have segregated them. And heroes, Oprah will be for Democrats, this one will be for Republicans. Just by the word go, they've divided the Black community among Democratic and Republican lines. You are done. You are fighting the battles for these people who are not fighting for you. Instead of coming together and fight for yourself, you split each other and you fight for them. To do what? To fight against you. When is this vicious cycle going to end?
Today. With Nipa 46 no one to social and I am going to say DNT na me because more mo behwe no mumubi wo ha you don't even know but anajomo da ubehu say in the mutrim the next time I will hear enkwase decisions be about bibi enyansa nim no ubehu say saa de na ewo. That's why you get in. Also for my Yemra solutions yakasa bi pa me I want to talk to you about Pastor Fred. At Oasis, every student gets something little for the pocket when going to uni to encourage them. That is good, but we need to even drag more to aspire to go to uni. What will be our student loan? 18 a woman to uni. We need to start looking at support mechanisms. Now, some may be catching winning. Maybe started some contacting for I think set towards the end of 2018. And I'm a person in 2019. It didn't pan out. 2020, the corona destabilized it. But one of the things I really want to do is come to your churches and come sit in your communities, close the door. na yenka pono no ntumi yenka no krenkyere ye ho because social media yi ka kra brofo ne nyeni nyina na ebetimi aka wo ha
Exactly.
and same bi wo ha SSC a ring fence the ye wo ha ne de a rallying call but the details of what we are about to do should never be done on social media.
Exactly.
That seminar no kra wo ba se wo do before you don't record anything, you just record with your brain. SSC ye kire yen ho aha na sika ne wo nti ye nyina yen koye ni sei and because baby a sika no wo pa me say afa ne mahu and like before do me pesa me train na me kofa sika ni wie ansana ba be ka kire mo se menye bi. I want to go with you on that journey to find it. I am going to some ama. Unyanya sika na den na wo ka ho ase. Me huru baby e wo. Me hwehwe e kope. I don't want to spend 5 years finding it as sana ba be ka kire mo. By the time I me nyame be ma don 5, 6, 10 years time me hunu no. Na wo mo a wo mo be fa no wo ma fa wie ye nchendi na asa. Say no a eda so wo ho no e ye hot no. Ye frefre mo. Oh yes. Pastor friends, we were not busy making babies. Many anti-Christicans, I think it was 2019. Yeah, it was just before the summer. Ghana, I think it was. And it was supposed to be 2020. But yeah, when the borders open, and actually before the borders open, say it's me a seminar, and I'm daring all of you to start organizing seminars and symposia with more sorry for. Our phone, organize them and call me. Maybe coming up be actually one person me wo woman social media person they wo they feel sorry for themselves. Almost organize woman, almost me one simply catch them. And make me free Africa ba na niema free Africa ba and be bi nyini enye wa ye wo ha wikita kraka wikita accent wo nam debi and some of those truths no ye mu bi ne betimi aka kire sa nkwada no it is not fair. Well, it's not fair.
Life is not fair.
Me ba na mafu aboje se me ba de bia me kasa asem me ba teaching ne ye ka kire me se teaching no se me pa adwuma ma me Jamaica ni abrewa bi o se person nya adwuma ma me kan kire what I wish I did with my career ma me kan kire wo hoyi unimade etu betimi aye me ensa nyina teaching certificate no koye me ensa ni nyina o ka first miss o say yes se kwaku broni e de ba ko beto ho now de ba ko beto ho aye de be ma no enti me mo ha me wo PGC bi ensa me kita physics me kita chemistry me kita biology 3 ni nyina me kita enti say me ko interviewer e very simple me duru ho anam the certificate me ensa nyina to table no so before we speak. By the way, I don't know if you picked it up on my app. I actually have 3 of the PGCs. I don't think any of your candidates can match me when it comes to qualification. They can't match me. In terms of experience, you might want to look at my grade return portfolio and also check the A-star rate for me. And usually by the time I'm done that, the decision is done. The decision is made. But you will not win any of those things until one casa you have forced this agenda. And our kids need to hear this. As I say, yeah, it is awesome. As I say, one more thing. May yes, I specialization. Northern England, me drive free Manchester. Now me call Omskek. No more year course, no more schools, my one more permission until 12 o'clock, no more school. 1 o'clock, no more baby lunch. 2, na session, na starting. Until school gave them, and it's not that's not buying to you, not a buying bit to your cover teacher. But the year mean to me, head teacher and catch them say she could not find another talented cover person or waiting actually physics the way I'm actually. It's one mamenko. Nam see you. Nam free course tutor no. Nam catch say Graham. Share SSM me be your course, but school see one more mamema. Most of the time, no chromo ba area no di ni nyina didi. At session no. Me pon 3 o'clock, 3:15. Na me free school ho. Me drive for 1 hour 15 minutes, and I would drive like a maniac, and I would be in Omskek in 1 hour 15 minutes, maximum 1.5 hours. Me bano na me yaka but you know say I will catch up. You know say I will catch up. No, or you'll be a menena ye program did that. Menena ye juma. It's no nim said ye metie or no na program director. It's be kind of TSA, and they registered me. Me back on 1:15, and my first started class 2 o'clock. What made the 1 hour 15 minutes for class with that? And son ma be me 1.5 hours drive to go to uni. Your power Omskek 8:30 anajo. 8:30 ukuya de bia najo. Na masia ye me 1.5 hours no on the M6, dark M6. A me free fie anopa. Na miama ko gina classroom abre. Ansa na mabeye saa de we na bo 8:30 anajo na masia drive me ba me kunu ogina phone no so constantly. He cannot switch the phone off because meda. It's yes, and you can imagine for a year, yes, we phone bill in Kwakura Nyasem for SSE Ojina su because and yes, he will not have a wife. If you have me, ya want to because hey, Kasa, talk to me. You are sleeping, talk to me. I go, I don't mess with my husband. People don't understand. Ojina, talk to me. I can't hear you. You've been quiet. Talk to me. Sing. Anything to keep me going. I made decide anajo. Guess what? Ya wadana pa period 1 to period 5 non-stop. Na me chirade. Minya break kura. But one who say yeah, no. So obi kase ko yes adi we ya wonye. Me ye do na nkrofo bi sam say na wo teaching certificate that you have a job. Aden na wo ha wo sa. I finished that one and I did the next one. Say sa niema miensa no enu na eye me determinant because baby me duru anam dia 20 me ko interview say enye me case dia me ne wo be discuss say is how much you are going to pay me. That's the only consideration I ever say. Terms and conditions na me ne wo be ka because so woni nyansa pa so wo pemasemu so wo pemasemu nipa ye betimi nipa be ka kire say certificate ni miensa nyina wo bi a wo di to table so wo mo no so physics nenko akra wo ba me kire physics distinguisher on its own. Now wo you excited bia maka cho so mo chemistry ni biology na account wo pekra betimi me ye do aduru baby na hu say educational technology was going to be the future. Into me and no na me I think say we go to the same uni. Me wo here me ka say me be England and for me ba Anglia Ruskin. I'm still a student in Anglia Ruskin. Okay. I'm hoping to graduate in December 21. I am my ethics application went in this week. To me started serious aggressive research. And this is a girl who came from into England. How was it? What is it that you discussing with
these are things that we should transfer to our community. Build a community base of people who should realize we will not be able to do anything. And economics, I'm saying, one of the things Dr. Cloud Anderson says, economics should be taught even to Black children. Let them understand the basics of economics because which runs everything. The curriculum should be changed entirely. Teach children that, see, if we don't do all these things, we will go to church and have the hope to die and go to heaven. That is not the
heaven. No. Maybe I'm catching for heaven. The cry we might make it, but ohienti we went to me and yadoye. Ohienti went to me. It's ubakwa heaven. The hokrana you cleaner. The catching for no musu. See we will no the yadoye. Then for the God bless you. God bless you. Ubakwa heaven. Hokrabia na rank. You don't know. Hey sister, start positioning yourself on this earth. And start doing adoye. Maybe a bebwa mwako. Yes, we have work to do. Meno, Debbie Amekachenko for I wanted to speak, but before I could speak, you need to build credibility. Some of these things I'm telling you are the things I did to build credibility. It is because no be some say what have you done? Me will list tinti Amekachem. The entire you ye manokrayen to me inspire woman. Wo buy you when such a debris from for the last 25 years. Since we work on who is why you anything proactive, nothing. We na worry and work at a quick you know. We are past the opera when they because who so why you who you shade.
I'm very strict with my children about school. I tell them I always wanted to have higher education. It just didn't happen. Didn't mean say it would not happen. Because the dream was intact. Because I believe that economics and education were the key fundamentals for life's successes. If you have them, nobody can take them away from you. If you have academia, nobody can take it from you. So I used to press my children. One day, my little girl, who was she was 7 at the time, 8. And I said, come on, go read your book. She looked at me. She's quiet but when she drops one bomb, it can kill the whole world. She looked at my face and said, Daddy, you always are on us. Steady, steady, steady. What have you done with education?
Bam!
I just left and went upstairs and sat down and said, you know what, I need to go back to school.
Bam!
I need to go back to school because Akwalano wa come and seem heavy. Say, Daddy, you're on my head. You're on my head. What are you doing with education? You always steady. Now,
go and study. Read.
The moment you start to do it, they look at you differently because if you are doing it, what excuse do they have at their age not to do it? It is never too late, but we have to look at these things and have this communal mindset. Say, we can make it. Nobody is stupid. If you want to develop yourself, you can develop yourself. You are not stupid. You might have taken so many years out. You might even feel rusty. But the moment you start to polish it, all the debt will go and you find say, there's something precious within you. But it has to be a communal mindset. And don't feel, sometimes in our community, when you want to encourage somebody, they look at it and say you want to look down upon them.
Oh, brother.
When you want to encourage them to take certain decisions in their life, it looks as if you want to look down upon them. But if we can all stand together, we'll be a force to reckon with. If we can all, look at these Asians here. Doctors are doctors, consultants are consultants. Almost to the point, you can't eliminate them.
And you can't insult them and say, look stupid. So they start dissing them. There's no point to say.
We should, as a black people, we should start thinking communally. See, this used to be what we used to do. Back in Africa, we live in a communal society until we started adopting a culture that is not ours. These people have already built a culture. They can live isolatively, but they have a communal mindset. They built a progressive communal mindset. And this is what we should do. We should do. Until then, and yes, match in it there. I'm advising them, you good, but people are much wrong.
Oh, and seminal. Is it Tamaklu? Sir, and Yamawi is yes, young farmer, Bano, may say. Obano, da ye, Nesano, ye, the paper and mark de ma apparano is the day you start looking to get your child published. Miss Anamte. You get your child published, and the English teacher will suddenly see Sawabano or a published author. And they will mark the body book differently because nobody in class is a published author. This is the truth. It is a year with Wobane Babetre near Bemane marks for the sake of Wobwa. Wo or for no necessary was started. Wo publish me money say make a business negotiation pa me no minyaneko. And they watch me negotiate my deals. Baby, I make obia and kwadani dimechi. Mo who is a exhibitions, meet me jahona kwadani nejina stand. Because she don't want business. I'm of business with school, but I know me say to me business principles from what I do. Me cop na my bet na say Friday be a tutorial with me tutor and upon me sorry me share one my bet na my laptop na me use school because the rest of the week me dey near marker. It's me tutorial na area. Naturally say Friday morning necessary me hwe me writing ni na metimi anya bibi dia ma me tutor. Na a few weeks ago, me ba branch no not na ho be ka kire me say obi bisa ne say opeso hunu a picture of hard worker. I will show them your picture. That was the day I knew say adia me person me and it's impacting. Obi bisa ne say yen kire no what hard work looks like. It's a wo picture and na wo back ofa. It should not be a teacher's picture. Exactly. It should not be a software picture. It should be wo picture. So we put Africa, but now we are only excuse. Only excuse. I will say show them different. You buy 20 years, me still will let you buy and the came out.
See, we have to re-educate the community. We have to re-educate ourselves. We have to when we meet as a people, we should change the narrative. The conversation should be different. What must we do? How are we going to do it? Where can we get the necessary help? Who are the resource persons in our communities? Will they make themselves available to educate the community? There must be this sensitization going on. see, we should not get tired drumming it into people's head until they get it. Because when we all succeed, the success looks beautiful. When just a few are succeeding, it only breeds jealousy.
Hey!
Oh yeah. A natural phenomenon. When you are the only star there, everybody will see you and they will envy you, and it creates unnecessary attention. But if we can replace this in our community, you have a good life, I have a good life. All we can do is to complement each other. There's nothing to compete for, but we complement each other. But we are not obedient to me. I bet say, and
that mentality there,
black people have a funny way of looking and judgment on something you not even said. And we should build a community, and it should be intentional. It should start from the start. Yeah, man, let's begin to indoctrinate them. Brainwashing is not a bad thing. No. Wash the brain until all the bad things are gone, and you leave the good things there. Keep washing their brain. Don't tell. See, racism did not start when you were born. It started before you. Telling your children about it won't change anything. Giving them proper perspective about what is happening. I know that Idi Amin, Ugandan boxers said, don't go and come and tell me, said the referee robbed you. Knock them out.
Bam!
If you go for points, you will lose. But if you knock them out, there's no way they can rob you.
No arguments.
We have to train our children to knock the system out. Knock punches. Knock them out. Do your best. If you have to steady. If you have to steady. Whatever you want to do, give it 110%. And then it will be so impossible for you to be ignored. But this should not be done in isolation. It should be done as a teamwork. Pack movement. Let's move as a pack. Let's move as a team. There's power in numbers. So there's power in numbers. Can you imagine if you have a lot of people in your local authority who have the same faces? But nobody is representing you. No voice. You have no representation. You have no voice. And if all our voices ends up on the street and everything cools off and everybody goes to life as usual, we've not made any change. Because after burning everything, yes, in the heat of the event, you cause a little awareness, but how far would the awareness go? How sustainable is this awareness? Can we be demonstrating every week until our lives change? No. After we've created this awareness, let's build pragmatic systems and say, you know what? We can't look outside. Let's look within. What can we do? What systems can we build? Black investment, black capital, money with. There are black people who are multimillionaires. What are they doing with the millions?
We are partying. We are showing you the cash on Instagram.
Mayweather will be showing you 1 million he cashed from the bank account and be holding it like this. Money machine.
I could say beside a big one do have me on Akuya. Akosia. And ye nani a best at school. Ye PhD. No way. A binum best started with just English brofo lessons and getting. A binum best started with just elocution. Kakre be said a best sat or take remakakra. A binum best started reading and writing and getting. But hell no, so a yaw say wuja education kwata. Now what be pretty baby been wako when you sister umpuntu and a beke chilo, because this is a world order truth. Even a prapra no yen na ye prapra me ma prasing ni penny na bi ma pra adan akese first kids for building. That means me cleaning omo kitchens. And then the man made dreamy cemetery dishwasher. And to that, me a kitchen up tall dishwasher. I was so accomplished. He did not understand why the big dishwasher was a big deal for me. But me sad and also me jina wa mi chuchun kukum. What dishwasher persi ha? Na meba ni de niema sin tema me penti. As some beside the trip. Because as some we sa kitchen home within 5 minutes, I'm called the next one. Me business for dishwasher. The dishwasher ni jina the baby. Na mi jina baby na mi chuchi mi kukum. Me ami ye drew baby na mi si dakrubi betobi. Dakrobi efidie we betwi niam mu amame. Dakrobi but here say who was that position no mu. Na wa anya willing say wo bepe some BB academic because sa na wiase in the world it works. So wo kwa kope cleaning supervision kura ya esese wunya certification ni qualifications nkitikiti bia de tetare won ye machi ye tibia mo wanya sa na mani bia ye na wakọ wanim baby a wo be start here free start from there start loving ourselves. Even you don't have to trust me, you don't have to trust me, but I am your only bet. This is all I'm saying to you. You don't have to like me, I am your only bet.
Ama me say even you see the comment the viewer made said we should start loving ourselves. The concept of love,
let's love the no one
Debbie, far-fetched. We've missed it. We don't even.
It was 7 guess. You can't download do you want me wrap around. You can't always swallow.
I know you love. Ama, the concept of love. If you study a little Hebrew, the concept of love has nothing to do with emotions, feeling, or all those other things we talk about. The concept of love is empowerment, when one gives to the other by empowering them. That is love. Love is when one gives to the other by empowering them. If we love our community, we will empower the community. We will give them the tools to compete. Love is empowerment. It's not a feeling. It's not an emotion. But sometimes we express them in tears. Love is not an emotion.
Also for love is chopment.
No, I am misplaced definitions.
And that's how you almost say love is giving, because me quiet chopment and me download this sperm so honey you know you give it.
I know you're empowering. You are not empowering. You are. Last is taking. It's when one takes from the other. That is a last. Love is when one gives to the other. Last takes, love gives. And so when we love our community, when we love our people, we give them. We just don't give. If I give you a candy and give you the knowledge to make candy, which one shows I love you?
Teach me to make candy so I can make a business out of candy.
Exactly. So love is empowerment. It's not just instant gratification. It's giving you something that is sustainable. Giving you something that when I'm dead, it will still benefit you. So the definitions we have for these things, they also impact the way we look at life. For instance, the classical basic definition of racism is black and white. Somebody look at my color. But racism has nothing to do with color. It is an economic thing. When one group of people dominate another group of people economically. So if you are on the bottom line of the economics, you are just not going to survive. You are not winning the race. Racism comes from race. We are racing. You are behind the game. You want to compete. You are last. Worry. And we need to run to win the race. And one of the tools is economics. Let's start. See, I don't believe in jobs. I believe in job creation.
Now we are talking. See about the jobs.
Nobody employs you to make you rich. Everybody employs you to keep you satisfied. That is why it is called a job, just over broke. They pay you to just be above poverty, so you keep coming. No, nobody employs you to become a rich person. If you become rich, you will not come again. They employ you to keep you satisfied, so you keep coming. So you keep coming. So if you don't lift yourself above that level of where you become empowered and sustained economically, you'll be following all sorts of things. Baby, or how to be for a man call. Adebi or and empire money editia, a scan editia. Who to mean to ya? You'll be having wishful thinkings and it will never happen. So we need to re-educate ourselves. Show us the very meaning of love. If I love you, I will empower you. I love my children, so I take them to school. I love my children, so anything that will make the education successful, I'm willing to invest in them. And then emotions say, oh, baby, but you are failing. But oh, baby. That's not what it is. Love is empowerment. And sometimes it is even painful when you are being empowered because it takes you from your comfort zone.
Now me catch it. I think it's 3 days ago. That was the video I made. I was talking about moving from just a piece of iron to become a knife. So what person you do yes the kind of one way nam na wutimi twitwa na we effective. Now we different from piece of iron one SSC you do shejam. You be heat one why you red hot. O ka see you heat when na there be. ye hitu wi a wo ka sa wo ho beto wo boa afa ni ye be fa hama na ye dia bobo wo so pan ye shipu time no hama ne land no ya wusu hama ni ja ya wo ka sa wa wi da bi afa ni ye be ye tapering ye be polish ye be cut edge no ya ma na ye sharp ye sharpen no eno so sa ye di twi ho twitwiri time ne ya so no a wo ka sa wo ho ya beto afa ni ye be polish wi
Exactly.
but any of those processes, you are not a knife. Bako, you are not a knife. You move your hand, nyame, it is suffering. It is too much suffering. Me say my just because I have begun to see that it is learning. Some of the things I catch them with say, they are some of my most painful moments. If you were me, but then I make catch them with say, I inspiration. And to me, I can't make catch them. Then I can be catch them. Now I inspiration. And online courses, money time. As soon as I can see, you want to insult? Oh, Facebook, no problem. Continue. Why? Continue on Facebook insulting. Keep insulting.
Well, this is the problem. Oh, and only idea higher no say. We don't want to pay the price.
Yeah.
We don't want to pay the price, but somebody must tell us, you know what? What is done is done. If you don't do anything about it, it will be done to you again.
Bam.
If we don't stand up, and standing up is not always throwing a stone. Sometimes if you have gone the violent way and it didn't work, go the other way where they used to suppress you. Because most of these things we see that is happening to us as Black people are all in legislations. They build systems to hold you down. You must build a system to set yourself free.
Bam.
And you see, economics, academics, you can't run away from it.
Pacho, repeat.
Economics and academics, you can't run away from them. If you leave these two tools, you are done. See, because even if you want to run your own business, you must have some business intelligence, how to do it. If you want to run a system, you must at least have. See, I tell somebody, say, hey, if you have not gone somewhere before, you discard the idea. Oh, na school crowd, you never dreamt existed. Ubo say you were living in a dark world and you thought it was the brightest world. So you need to push yourself from your comfort zone. And see, we as a Black people, we must stand for each other, push each other, and don't get offended when we push you.
Even if we get offended, and say even if they get offended, also we push anyway. And because for race survival, no, but we will push you. I mean, question number. That's the 20 years. Nam cast woman can after all this efforts or poppy up, I'm we asked him. He's been feeling you. She wanted to come and contribute, but I bet can't hold cast I also networking. We asked him. I've been let to say, more in spite of you, I will find your kids. And I will start talking to your kids very soon. Mumubi woha, whether we open so or not. Ye be kan semwa kopim se wo ma no ebe hunu de wo monye because ye ja won ko asete sa akwada no a unhunu ne tete. Mumubi woha, ye mubi be run courses na mo ma na attend because mo ma they've been crying for those things for quite a while. Mumubi woha, mo be hunu se enkrofo aka ene mo ma ye counseling. Tu mo mafo. Now we will see who say Jimmy for because one kasana 1 year what they so be facilitated. But say whether you want to facilitate or not, we are no longer going to watch you fail your kids. We are no longer going to let you do that. Nti sa wo presu wo mpenisu wo twi mu tan ye be ye. Akosia say me say one say me tete. Ma shed pa and I do that to so many of you Nansing. I am in your inbox. I am asking you to do and maybe mom pesa moye. But then every week I will ask you. Because when you say I'm a better you will do it for a benefit neba and yama and nothing I may have on the Samontia. Me bamu inbox number bisa. Abena have you Akosia have you done it? Akosia have you done it? Akosia have you checked this? Akosia look at this. Ajua look at this. Ni na ye de me plan ni bia no. You need to be dragged, kicking and screaming to take you on a journey. Handymen these days are making it, and most of them are self-employed. Can we encourage people in that direction? Well, said Pastor Fred, education, a lot of people only think academics doesn't necessarily only have to be in the core AU. Handyman, in order to be a strategic handyman, you need business studies. As I said, business. You need to be taught about how to do your business online. Academics. I think say just traditional core subjects academics. No, not really. Even the professional courses are they are academics, and they really do change the game.
Those were the things Dr. Cloud Anderson was teaching in his book Powernomics. Said the re-education of the black community.
I book into her mangrove for those who don't know. Made the link to her earlier. Go and check it out. Go and read the book. It will transform your thinking. I have put the link back on. Copy link in the correct link. I will put the link. Also from Pachoka, I may copy link.
So one of the things Dr. Cloud Anderson teaches about is the re-education of the black community. It's not just going to school because you need a degree. You can go have a degree and you come and you are totally useless in the market because you went to study something that is totally irrelevant. But he was advising, said, black communities should be educated, not just the head, but they must come up with something tangible, both the head and the hand, something that will make them very competitive in the market, because it is a race. We are crying racism. What are you going to do to be relevant in this race? If you are not relevant in this race, you are going to be kicked out. So, yes, people need to go study things, because anything you want to do, even if you want to become a plumber, you have to go and study how to become a plumber. What kind of a plumber do you want to do? Do you just want to become a local plumber or a plumber that employs plumbers?
Cool.
You just don't want to be the average plumber. You just don't want to be the average electrician. You just don't want to be the average fridge repairer. You want to do something beyond, because it is competitive. How will you set yourself apart? And this is what we should look at, sir. If the white man can run 100 meters in 10 seconds, for me to be relevant, I need to run 8 seconds. That's my only chance of competing. If I'm going to run 10 seconds, they will choose him above me. It is a fact. You cannot deny. You will not be chosen above them. The only way you get that opportunity is when you have showed beyond reasonable doubt, say you are overqualified. And we should education, whatever education you want to have. You want to be a plumber among plumbers. That is how you put yourself out there. And yes, idea will be complaining, but but it has to stop at a point and say, what am I going to do that I will not complain?
Hey, Yabrim, that's 45 minutes.
30 minutes. 30 minutes. What's the mean?
Baby, I will free with you.
Baby, me free UK. Your friend me yamba. LPTN. You see, you are getting the speakers I like. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank the gentleman you brought. Now,
for Williams Nana Adjei.
Now, some of these things we are saying that people don't understand, I think we need to sort of break it down, like the way Amma just gave an example. Now, I am going to use myself as an example. So myself, I'm a parent governor. I have been a parent governor for the past, ever since my kids started school. Now, what a lot of us don't seem to understand is, if your child goes to a school which is Ofsted tested, if the school fails, who is held responsible? The governors. Now, when I started being a governor, when I told my black friends, this is what I'm doing, do you know the question they asked me? Am I getting paid for it?
Yeah.
I became a parent governor through my Nigerian friend. I always talk about her when I came on this platform. It was through her that I got to learn a lot of things. And I always like the girl because she is so forceful. She pushes me to where places I don't want to go. She was actually the governor there. When she left, they were looking for a role, and because the school knew I was close with her, when I applied for it, I got it. Now, even though I applied for my community, I got in, and trust me, the way they even treated my kids when I go to the head teacher was different.
Now you matter.
If my child is not learning and I go to the head teacher and I say A, B, C, D, E, the head teacher takes me serious. The problem is even white people don't want to be governors. So these are places when we are saying that we need to get involved, we need to get involved in every Tom, Dick, and Harry thing. Because once if there's a meeting, they want your opinion. And once you know that your opinion can make a difference, you need to be there. You cannot stay in your sitting room couch and expect that they will reach through you. So I became a governor. I was there. Do you know that every school trip that my kid went on to, I was the only parent who was allowed to go because of my position. So if they are doing swimming, I am there to go and see the class which was doing swimming. I am there. I go on the coach because once you become the governor, they actually do your CBR check for you and you become a member. So when you go, even though you are going with the intention that behind the scenes you are looking at your child, you are going as a governor. You are going on a visit.
But it allows you access.
It allows you access. And even not for nothing, you also see how the system works.
Anyway, just a governor. Apart from governor and teachers, finally, nobody else. You will not know. So what person
if there's a conflict going on in the school, if teachers are going to be dismissed, the governors know before even the teachers.
Yeah.
And in every school, they don't have more than, if you find a school with 15 governors, that's a lot. Governors tend to be normally 10 people on a school, as in the UK. Okay. I moved down outside London. When I came outside London, I was looking for a school. The whole school, from nursery, Kopim year 6, 70 kids. When you be before do a womb, 3, me media. So guess what? They wanted a governor's role again. We were 4 people who applied for it. We had a lawyer, an accountant. We had somebody who was into education and somebody else. They took 2 people. I was one of the 2. When I actually applied for it, the parents there, they did not know what I did. But when they saw what I did, ever since for the duration of my kids being in that school, the respect they gave me was different. Now, Amma, do you remember, said there was a time you did a program and I said to you, I used to sell ice cream. Yeah. That was the platform I used. So because I managed to get PTA, we don't go. PTA, we don't go. But what we don't realize that if we are not in there seeing what is going on in the underground, you cannot make an influence.
When Mammy jump on Sasemi, I work on her, make Taka Sasem. Me wo England, triple science class, now and then I'm a chere. And most of the time, the class, Mammy, year 9, I would take them all the way to year 11. And remember, say me, I don't just teach. UK example with me, I'm a market exams. Yeah, it's me no. Me the teacher classroom keke me chere. Me na me market exam. Ti minim de wo chere a ye be ma mark. Any wo chere a ye mpa mark. Enti I want to know what me saa de about me. And guess who went and surgery? So we be who Pakistan for man pa year 8. No matter what head to office. Now we be satisfied of class no. One person year group no. A class na B class na. Na say year 8 no start to do. They intentionally do it and they begin to get in the head teacher. It is a head teacher na ya location no. Only na Pakistan for we be ba ha no. If you want to say Pakistan for no do for B side what I year they allocate to B class. I am not joking. So who said A class?
Me say, you are there when they go for meetings, you see the vacancies they have. Let me tell you something. I did 4 years for the new school that they went to. When they finished, they said, please, we want you to stay on. So guess what? I said, for the services you've offered, and let me tell you, my second one does not do well. The school gave my daughter 1-to-1 tuition, and she's in a state school. She was in a state school. That's what I say. Then and you know what? Me cry, I wasn't even tapping to the set. I brought to phone. What want to government? Yeah, Christmas play cry. What Rose? I didn't want cry different. Now afterwards they asked me, I'm saying, don't worry, I'll do another 4 years. When I go for government meeting, I tell the head teacher, me say, where I live outside catchment area. I know for a fact if I apply for the school, you know what the woman said to me? Don't worry. Once he gets into a school, the moment a space comes, I'll give you a call. Now tell me, if you are not in the system, how would you know this?
How will she even give you that role? What you say? Nasa a class here make me chira there for years. Me young people don't even a train imagine that. So hey, Mr. Wo. When you say we so share them fast. Hey, Ampao. Oh, hey, you are the greatest tool of the Pakistan government for their development agenda. Class, Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, woman na woman class, and I was being your point me in 5 years, Bibinia Kara Waba triple class, and A stars and Karani rolling when you be. Anything I'm starting to make radio or internet. Online private tuition, wanting to cut your profile. Also, you have not impacted your community in any way. An outstanding career of no use to your people. And it's so true. Pakistan for no point of 1 year 8 no. You bear your class allocation, you can gain your answer. Now, one more ye now one the wrong side of the school year no. You were opposite side while person the Baba class, you will be actually interpreted your duty. Now, what the interpreter not head teacher in the office. No appointment, but one go. What Pamano I won't go. Also, one more bet now hope you are not. A bebel lunchtime, now head teacher naka office when I went to meet the same people. Who is magically appointment are you ready? I'm a head teacher because we are one. Your pound school could have won or bet now the whole day. I will reception no school. No working. Ye bibinia, obedru or not now 1 hour pay. No acceptable. And no money inside you. It's you buy him, and put much not have a pen. It's not acceptable. You don't say, what bets now are for so what a head teacher now, sorry, I'm not so who say a secretary in a lunch, no, they part. Okay, it's a lunch break. I have also been sitting here, Miss Millie. She will eat. She will not eat until she settles me. She will not eat. What's now one head teacher from Obekabia 1 penny. 1 penny. Ain't before I never made it in our class. Not because the before I no money deal. It's because it's an anchor baby before I position better now. Or my parents and my parents into Pakistan for not a pledge place me na diama. And this was my practice. And yes, it drew results there. The A staff will roll in. Now me young could be young could brony power on the big side. My friend, hey, congrats. Did you get one for your community? Let me not one. Remember who will be crowd waiting me about my friend and my Mr. Woman when you school, they make us an frame or so. We school what they about what's now, son. I mean, remember quite Jumana Drew. That quite Jumana. Wama. And to who is that and uncle where you're gifted, but where and for pray. And these parents understand. Say teacher skills directly impact and ability because many. My pay depends on A star rating. Me every year, me publish this idea, and then I'm me negotiation for pay. The manufacturer says 100% return, 30% climb on the I'm the it is a wabano waba, Nasa wapel, 1 pill, Me man who kwan emanate say me record. Me man say no. Wo ba ne say wo penisu, say wo penisu, and this is the truth. Me record no me ma wo ba no one say no. It is Pakistan for the nyina nim say the beni rap class go was sekuro.
And that is why we always say, sir, it is better for you to put your child in an outstanding school, because an outstanding school, no, they need to keep their numbers are so important to them. I took my daughter out of a school which is not an outstanding school, and I took her to an outstanding school. And when I went to speak to the head teacher said, "Madam, if she's in this school, trust me, she will pass."
And because the teachers will make sure. And the head teacher will make sure, because they maintain their standard, they maintain their numbers in order to keep claiming what they claim. It's me wo ba class. Wo no a wo ba ye enye wade a wo pese wo di future ye na ye dwen ho. There be o. Me no, me statistics dem be here. They continue my track record. And I will be put blemish on me career because we me ne wo ma me ne wo sa kwada na atwede efre wo ma me sa na wo ma me ho yira no wo ma me won na wo because of me if you know how to say hey ho miss why this is shit you don't know can I mean can't you me career depends on how we make you album class until we then we will fight but one what class no teacher nation then here sa members then can
oh no. Those who haven't got the outstanding status, they are just looking for even the slightest change. So we did not 10. Let's say we to be recon 9. For the school, it is more than enough. They don't. But when the school is outstanding, one they want them to open some community. So they both with it. Now, let's take it outside of education, because education is not the only thing. Let's even go into politics. Look, these decisions that they make in community, me nani and nekra me catch them will be. Me say, baby, I'm a baby, and a lot of crying down and a Main Street. Me not crying them Main Street, the portals and I don't seem to understand why. Because for me, it doesn't make sense. Because if they're going to do any road, they will do the main road before they do the side road. And I strongly believe that it is either somebody who lives on the lane who is making that sort of impact. So if we even come out of our community, and I'll even use a common thing, baby, I'm going shopping. Now say before you will get it in the shop. There is a big supermarket, but small local one, they don't sell it. I went into the shop and I said to the customer service and your what tell me, say, this item you don't sell in the shop. No, we don't stock it, we export it. And I say, I want to speak to your manager. So I went and I said to the manager, look, this particular item you sell, we have a lot of black people who live here, and I can guarantee you, if you stock that item, trust me, you won't regret it. I say, what is the name? And yeah, it happened just before the corona happened. Every week, they started stocking the thing. The thing is going like hot cake. Now, let me ask you a question. If I go next time and I want to speak to the same manager for something else I've seen, do you think he would doubt me?
Of course not. Good.
So those are the little impacts that we can make and establish ourselves somewhere. We need to be involved. It is Nancy, Black history, what he be has said. Me now for be crying. Almost see a before you can count with your numbers. You can count it before with your numbers.
Look, Yadao, you have a night.
But Paul said, if we don't, then we can't complain. Because when we had this conversation afterwards, I sent you the link.
Yeah,
the black people have actually figured, said no. Look, and there's one thing I say, look, Abrafofo, trust me, they are not stupid. If Brony yard, you know what they do? They find another strategy. I remember the school that was in London, it wasn't an outstanding school. And I remember a head teacher from an outstanding school came to give us a talk. And she said to the head teacher, If your kids are not coming to school, the strategy you are using is not working. You need to change it. If you change it and they're still not coming to school, you need to change that strategy. Or say you need to carry on before and until you find out that your kids that are being absent from school, they come to school. That thing stuck in my head. So when I am doing something and the thing, whatever it is I'm doing doesn't work, I change. If I have to change it 200 times, I have to change it 200 times. So if whatever it is we are doing, being quiet, it doesn't work, we need to do something. If we route, they're not doing anything, we need to do something. And you know what? We need to play them at their game. And that is why yesterday I mentioned China. I remember when I mentioned China, people are like, oh, leave China out. Let me tell you something. Tell me which shop you go into, abroad, America, anywhere in the world. When you pick something up and you look behind it, what does it say? Made in where?
China.
And someone India went for IT.
Made in where?
And China went for production. Oh, Priscilla's way teacher, and the Cronan on also she doesn't teach in England, she teaches in the States. Or say Wobano is not going to be the blemish on the teaching record. Wobano or be passed by thunder, by fire, because she has made sure Wabrepan when the career, and to one bon ye for MSA Nemano, and to Wobano ban a classroom home quadia. A quanya will be fast wama wobana passibia will be fast. And this is why you want to educate those classes. That's why.
And let me just add something to it. You would be amazed that if you actually go and speak to the teacher and let the teacher know, say, hey, I am there for my child to learn. The teacher will tell you, we don't see parents like you.
Yeah.
So what does that make you? It makes you different from the rest. So anytime me say every school my child goes to, I go to the head teacher. I go to the teachers. I say, we have a marriage relationship. We might sometimes get on, sometimes we won't get on. But we have one thing in common. You have my precious commodity. And I will do anything in my power to help you, to help my daughter. And I don't just say that and I go and sit my ass down. I have to also get involved. If you buy a bit nephew, I ask, how is my child doing? Do I need to do anything to help my child?
Okay. Ayo, good teachers were whole.
But good friend is saying, yes, Pastor Patience. William said, I didn't know it was your daughter. I did not know it was your daughter till somebody said that.
Whoa, so for yeah,
Respect.
If I show it to my casa, okay.
Kasebi.
Oh,
Pastor P would be Kasabi yourself for the year. Yes, okay.
Pastor Nana Adjei.
Amen.
Yeah, in fact, you need to come back. Like, I love the way you talk power, woman, knowledge, and your media man. It's so amazing. Pacho back my Facebook live. I think we have to come back quick.
I'm glad to be
here. Nana, dear, Apostle Bankem. Apostle says, so I'm here, education is Mimi said, I'm going to school, ni manana boy. I go school. Nana says, headmaster, who break, headmaster, check on Brabant.
Pastor P, and then you come on your age.
Paradigm shifts. Yes, Sama.
Shifts in 1 year.
And 1 year coming, yes.
I is Mukufu, Musu Kakrano, and Ajumoko. And now I'm sorry, and now I'm sorry, I'm starting to receive text message. Oh, I get you now. I get you now. So, okay. Many also for your bet was your hammer be pan. Now, the question is a ye, now a bay ya, you bay anything. You bay anything.
As I say, I started from the root. Once a BBA or home, we say, we trust what a best. And see, what is the root cause in Tia 24 years? Na yet you inquire him or Abrabom, na OBM. The root cause necessary, we a whole festa, Obianso Emuyen.
Okay.
I'm not talking about the no you discussing. I'm talking about another. And then me talking about your prosperity, your wealth, any maybe to my cock and wabrabum, and on that table I make one. I don't know say, no, recognize the who say, necessary to be a who they are. A better yes, you want me empire this year. Yes, you want me, your empathy by my man so as you are there. We don't have value for ourselves. Enti me kodwo makwakoto ade ama me so me ma me kire ma de bi me ma me ka kire me se won kwan ebeye da egina wudwadie so me ma me asem we da bia me ka me remfi eno akra me ka kire me ba no because after no a oba so no necessary Tuesday me Tuesday born Tuesday me nya aduane se ono no ye aduane ma me bi dinner and so we are not saying that you come a mammy can home. And to say, won't find a bear a bear die, a dinner would jam now, we are then. Would ye and so. And to say, we could jump no macoto yado apro, tomatoes the apro, and namoa a fool, and I am modia. Men find a bear day. And yet, and don't see the whole yes, I see a chassis. So, what person will be boo. Na mrofui ni adi yesu yetimi no wo mo de Robin shoulders a esase ye sha ase efri ye ne ankasa maamefo no ye na yeso ye wo formal education and ye wo informal education enye wo bia na obetumi enya ye ka ne se ne formal education no but at least esase wo tumi nya informal education no ene kakra wo betumi de atwitwa wo ho onyame ama obi a masa sise wo de be ye jimini a wo de ye kire wo dekora wu. There are some people living in America here 10 years on to me intro cause one trust scratch ya won to me intro obi aba 20 years will call me say ye frey ye kan say Pentecost ye spelling say I feel no gas over room humpo say ye brave wo na wo ye leader of Asante Kuo ni ade de nim so to me trust secretary ho ahwane ni aba mene why was Pentecost no say na bra Nigeria be some India and was you make some letter come on say o mo be meeting o mo be into person the letter come on say church of Pentecost we want to know spell. Can you believe this?
Now internet no to who say church of Pentecost
I want to now open internet no nim use Only how to Google say wo boy gumu no na wa Google kra na say wo ba hwehwe onim ye they don't know how to do it. Yemu bebre ya kachi ya din say social media internet kan sene ofune kra no de odi take ya course ontumi test oni ba bia ye test no kra wo ye test no kanya WhatsApp we ba ya nkofo send o ma dia WhatsApp me se enu ama me ni obi kasa wo send the picture abram WhatsApp the person could not send the picture. Hey, could you believe this? The person could not send the picture. And until say, yeah, well, grade you, sort I say, oh, Jana Kodi, and Yemening in I Fahanama, informal education, you don't know anything. The way I crown school question, but you comport yourself. Oh, ever body suma won't come, and I said the Obesia Castanis and Abesia, and Ebetre say, Obi the boy and Ebema. But Obia Wusia Ubehu. Yene tuntum for ye sumane said ye need that mentality ana apostle can say yene aye be building no ene me nyane anopa nyame de niema mienu bi gu me team ya me pursue me Facebook. It's about building. Let me go there and read. Who build it at the if they refuse to hire you up, build your own. One can build your empire. Business now build your own, start your own business. Now so hire for next time check. When I came to America, I decided say the Nyamia premise the na me person me be yes me person me be ye wo krom ha say me be ye me medicine na me ye say no Nyamia senior one me calling nini na me kwadia any I'm not going to be a pastor or judging for sika. I will build my own empire. Now, I thank God for the day they fired me. Did they fire me or I fired myself? I think I fired myself. They tried to fire me, but then one day, so baby, I'm my own son for so Bible said, "I dear be a ye." Mejuma mo aname. One day, me free honor, the whole business collapsed. People were calling me here, and that's all coming back. After me, who says me who here we do Hosana, and you can't say me direct a person will teach you many mono. Hey, and one of me ye dress them. Miss Megasho almost send me the back of pack. I could dear going to many time on the web of Jum or Crano Macassa. Increasingly pay Grandma, Miss Many woman penny. May any time I will come with my own time or maybe available. Because now on who said me so on fast one day me free people were calling me Ghana and was special higher bassa. They don't know what you're doing. Obia hunya wonye and there's confusion here. Obia you're confused. Me direct a friend me ne mame or my ne mame any new it's a big company ne mame ne new in our farm show e buy or me see me majumenye. I thank them for that day. They tried to fire me, but I fired myself. I fired myself because I knew what is inside of what I can do. So me knew where Juman went to me, and said, hey, I need 2 months na direct and a fire. Because I was covering her. Me cover Obia up. Juma we me here, met my son who said, wait to the hot my papa. And so, Juma, and so I will do it. And you know, who them is some faso. This is an informal education. So I say, into who baby, Ghana for baby in Africa for nothing to for. You show your skills are your life skills we have, the gifts and the talent on your media, and we don't use it. But you say when you say your gift and talent will bring you before kings and mighty men. And you pass it through for. And your education will be better about PhD. But so only the skills and come or the full on to me, no baby, our brabum. I'm a PhD, nipa bawe a doctor. Nipa bejina when you are you don't know how to talk to people. You don't know how to calm people down. Now a medical doctor or doctor and fasobia and so when your patient will be a mountain. And you know, there are some things that we need to put there. Oh, yeah, in a brabomo. Now you kind of now you to me upgrade yourself. When you talk about upgrade, people think say, you can't say education. No, education. Look at us to me, you know. Who school? None of me can work do yami any. Nessa, we need skills. I would never boa ama education or their work aquano. I can't anymore. Or the full ultimate and do baby. Check. Ejuma bi ameme ye na ma yetua me ka kese eche obi o wa ejuma mo ejuma bi ama ye bia yetua me ka kese eche obi o. Why? Because of skills bi amewa obi any skills ni bi. And they will tell me, and sometimes the owner of the company, the CEO for Nankasa will come and thank me. They will come and thank me because me ba hono ma mo adwuma ye omu nyeska. So that's omu nyeska. And they have to thank me. You are promoting me. I said, your man is coming. Men can't show be as I say. One time I saw somebody's pay stub. Saturday morning, the pay stub for years ago, 15 years ago. And I'm like, you've been in this place for more than 10 years, and I'm even earning like double of what you are earning. Hourly, no, now maybe almost double. They're watching. And you know, we need to do some background and near maybe a upgrade yourself. Was smiling, was smiling. Me and fact, as if I feel no one found my. There's so many things in us. You bet me dear used to the upgrade yourself. Oh, boy was smiling. Now the smile, no, I'm a dear. Oh, the smile, create me show. Attractive, Nana Adjei. So funny. Oh, so when he said the voice and on a smile in your arm. And and they never go the America. The American. They never me. Oh, and you know, that accounts, and you know, then upgrade. But and your education on that is what I wanted to say. And until the moment Yankee can hear maybe mom, dear, and we can use to upgrade ourselves, our attitude. Change your attitude. Change your attitude. So, what attitude I want to me and do, baby? You can't get anywhere with attitude. Would you call doctor, but who attitude that baby could be a very rejected. Baby do be a very rejected. But obia only attitude, you know. Now what you can't say the attitude you come or smiling on him how to talk to people, on him how to comfort only bibia ye but say will be or ye moi or yen so yen ya. Otherful baby obedru biano, they will accept you. They will accept you. And you know, Mama, ya ho na yanki kanye maybe momo na ye jana ye kodi no ya toni mapa ama ye nkwan so ayede ama Mama Nana Adjei nkasa bi so from pacho.
Oh, you see, I'm enjoying. Seriously after Pastor
Yaba.
Yeah. Pacho. Before we continue, now if you want to be pastor, me a pastor. They just name me pastor. I'm not a pastor. I am not a pastor. They have named me pastor, and now everybody seems to be calling me pastor. Have you guys seen what you've done? You are lying in front of the man of God.
Nana Adjei, Apostle, me mama so I'm not lying before.
No, I'm not. Pastor Precious, me a pastor.
See,
I'm also called mountain.
Now come on to say we are pastor.
Like pastor.
Pastor Precious, who is who now to me, Pastor Yabo?
What happened, Crumble?
I don't know. Who told me, Pastor Yaba?
My prophecy or something. And I can't see. They say I support you. You so and you may in the source of why.
I'm not a pastor. I'm a humble Yaba.
Pastor Yaba.
What we are saying, you know, we are raising awareness here and there, how we can actively get involved, changing our positions. I've never considered school governance. I think now I'm going to consider it.
Thank God.
Oh, okay. You know what? Listen,
my wife
don't
will be telling me, I don't know why you are not applying for the governorship.
Don't get me wrong. If we are honest with ourselves, wherever we believe we go, we shine.
Oh, yeah.
The problem is we don't go there. We shine. Meaning, they are all in front of them. They are always shining. Mm-hmm. When it comes to major decisions they are making in wherever it is they are looking up to them. And it's only one person. So let's just imagine if there is a committee or something and we have about 3 people or 4 people on it. When you go and you say something, they will take it up.
No, so Ama, this platform, people sometimes people don't see behind the scenes what's really saw, and it motivates them to do the things they are doing. And there are others who are watching now, who are now thinking, what am I going to do? I can do something. I didn't realize I was this important. I didn't realize I had this potential. And sometimes we need to build our own self-esteem. And this is a communal thing, until we come together in our numbers and begin to sharpen each other. Where people have potentials, but some they lack self-confidence. They can do something, but the blackness just push them back. Oh, me any person who take me serious. But there are things you know that when you open your mouth, people are going to say, so you were here. So we need to build each other up. Show ourselves that we have the opportunity to become what we can become. But we need these support systems. It's raising that awareness. I don't know how many parents are here who are now going to consider school governorship.
Yes.
We never even paid attention to it. But then you can see not only the benefit you can get, but it gives you access into how the system is run. And most of us, we traveled only to look for money, and we never understood the system we found ourselves in. and you realize that you go long distance without making any progress because you are in a system, you don't even know how the system runs. Whether something is coming to stop you, you don't know.
You don't understand the system.
But could be a blessed beyond belief. It's another one. All such schools do not know our reading system.
Yes, that's another one. That is another one.
And I'm drag queens in school. So if you don't understand why your kids are beginning to find a name be quite normal, because I'm ever. And yes, you don't control their coming, but senka wo be ko ha nkampara be hu normal person. But wo wonko. Sa microphone is what time, what dad. Woman na de bia wo beba, eti wo ba ni hu no papa bia wo hyemu. Wo be hu the so ro. Because nipa no afra what kan ya den wo hyemu.
And they have their mission, Ama. They have their mission of coming there. They are coming to take the kids out of the school. We think so. They have their mission. If the parents will volunteer, she will say, "My mother, I don't want to papa. What is up on the papa? Debbie, I don't want to papa." And my mom, she's sitting here. She just finished one of her meetings now. She's, and my mom, because I volunteered in her schools from preschool. And we remember said no, the first memory was kind of 4 years. But then you call public preschool, not penny I started with your community near Indians and whites and white, or no penny black and all school. And this woman is there. And Nitisha not China there, or just for a young girl or school be in Simeno. I got this woman fired. This woman, so who say me banning him out? You almost teacher for now, almost a crying my dear what's not so because we are tuntum. Me do from Hanoma, me am a lecturers so comment. They told me that in America here said, we are tuntum now by idea. I did not what's not so. Actually, on you miss the question that was one of the first advice I heard from my sisters. And when she did that to my daughter, and I was picking also the Rebecca Bibiache, one or catch me right there in the school, in front of the school. Indians for no more here from Midima, Mini Juma or teacher, right there. And I'm so remember will watch you, I will report you. And I Indian Niba was to do it, report her. And then I saw her, she screamed at my daughter too. I brought them Kurane or Tiame Bano. I was watching. And I maybe say, then I'm a banner, you're tossing me banning to make up. Maybe also make up point. The first day at Crabber school, the first day in preschool, only 2 days or first day. And this is a child, and no, Casa Semunino, or just the only on your trouble child, where a crowd on pen and once me on one is an idea in the BBR. But this woman has something against. And then I went to the principal. They called this woman there, and then me, I know. People really don't know who I am outside. Many a day, Papa, me a very quiet, who me am in Pekasa, but me didn't run a Juma. Then I went there, this woman, the principal was shaking, Principal Nankasan, and Mommy and some principal was about this is about, and they were shaking, say, And I'm saying, me because you're resting or almost a principal, a cost of pretending to her. And one of my course of pretending was straight. Me do one as a pretending no obeshia me no hage me. This will who or back or tesada. Or no so your buyer, so pretending is to know your buyer. And one of my amnibus said yes, and because I think so will be a crime and a hosada. And I'm saying this is what happened. That within a week, me direct and all my juma back. My unit. Now, no, your teacher. So I lady need to know dear was at school now or Bayer or Bama Juma. Then she called me and she said, "Do you know, sir, the lady they have fired her?" And I'm saying, yes, I had a dream. She was packing her things, crying, walking on the parking lots. And also they have fired her. Then a week later, I went to a restaurant. I saw her and her ten on an Adamfu Bedidi. Because of me, went to me and dear D were restaurant to go Ojanekoi. Ojanekoi. And when I'm moving back, I'm taking my child to even better school than the Momo dear. Now I'm gonna call a Christian private school, a preschool, and I'm gonna call home. Oh, these people, if you don't, but mommy, I fire no, I'm saying you may be free ho because some from we do banani, and to me, and you may be free ho. And I'm in free one. Beshe Accra preschool, and now what can I say? Even though for 4 years now she was writing sentences and other things, reading books by herself. Or call that preschool no book or what the next day. No, I can't book. Now your principal called me, and I was say and you go into teacher for who you know, then call principal and say book you are not here and promotoye. I pray to me read the book in now. Why we are going to more kind. Oh yeah. And pa principal friend was the any obey or and pa almost 15 come because it was a Christian, small Christian preschool school. Yeah, didn't call in school or woman elementary school. The teachers that were there, the kids were bullied because she was the only black. But I stood and she looked at me. Said, no, come my mama, because menene kasa wo fie me chire ne say necessary wo fufuofuo mu. Just at the end of the winning there, but my winning soon yadding, and more being found so. And into baby school before we leave elementary school. No, I'm making 3 rules. It was school no recognize your mucha t-shirt, you know, a celebrity. Every Friday they wear those t-shirts. No push down. It was 5 pence. Yeah, I was sure you school they have to read black books every week. Our class you read black books. Our school some teachers got fired. You know, again, oh, so when you are the parents, I involve self they will take advantage of your case. And I was also volunteering in the school. Volunteering every day. I was in the PTO, and also a mobile kind of PTA, Ghana, the kind of PTA. I was in the PTO here, a kind of PTO. PTO, no, me will just the parents in PTO, they don't even come.
They don't come.
And then I get involved. The school needs this, I'm there. The school wants this, I'm doing it for them. Getting involved. They're going for trips. You know, those I work for myself there, but I'm losing money. Yes.
The other time I was telling Amma, the school that I was a governor at, guess what? They decided the assets had reached its expiration date and they had to get rid of it. And they had to get new assets. And guess who they gave it to? They gave me about 50 laptops, 2 white screens, a server, everything and anything they were getting off. They gave it to you. How much did they charge me? £150. 150 pounds. Because my mom is in Ghana. She has a school. So I went to them and I said, if you're getting rid of, I'm prepared to buy everything. They did everything on the laptops. 50 laptops. If I wasn't there, I wouldn't have got it.
Wow.
Now, I just wanted to say something. Look, at the moment, we have Black History coming up. Black History Month. Yeah, you're UK. It's coming up. London, Black History Month is a big thing there. So you can even start off this way. Go to your school, ask the head teacher. Black History Month is coming up. What are you doing? If they already have a program, tell them you want to be a part of it. They will be more than happy to have you. Because these things are normally run by the white people. It's meant to be Black history. It's meant to be run by us.
White people with Black History Month.
Exactly.
We don't
White people.
Madam Falatenini, I actually sent her the link of me uncle and I told her, because me baby I'm one who boss to cry and take rather. We are trying to come up with something, have a proper plan, then we go and face the council. And and at least when we go together, council no let me see their waha. And by the time they finish, they will realize we can't say no to them. We are coming up with a proper plan. We're not just going to go there. Proper plan. Go and tackle it. And let the awareness come out. Because in London, Black History Month, oh, Jesus Christ. When I used to be in London, most of the schools, even though I was down south, you really feel it because the whole week, they celebrate it.
Yeah.
They celebrate it. And trust me, if you Google it and you want names and people who can help you with, there are people around there. It is a whole thing they do in London.
Now, what if
So
yes,
it is a starting point for us to sort of get involved.
those of you in places where there is no Black History Month, so you come up with your own package and you go to schools and they will pay.
Yes.
Because women
now because of the corona, what I said to the girl, is let's try and see if the radio stations, because we have a few radio stations here, if we can do something on it. She wants
you
to go
run webinars. And you're just radio stations. Webinar will be as you.
Yes, we can use webinar and stuff, but you see, once until we want somewhere where we know we will make a mark.
I can imagine you giving a Black History Month lesson.
I'm not going to. You see, that is the beauty about these things. Everybody has their speciality. Me, I'm not going to teach. There are teachers there who will teach because we have Black teachers. We have Black teachers amongst our community. So if there is something that needs to be taught in terms of whatever it is, they teach. But as I said, everybody has their strength. And sometimes we shouldn't also, even though education, you do it education, you don't always necessarily. When we came on this platform, and some of you go, oh yeah, but you need to do your. You see, no, me, I'm a supporter. I am a back. Everywhere I go, I'm a back supporter. Me na me a peon. Go. Who make me a forefront? You never see me forefront, and that is me. Once you know what you are good at, you go in and you help whoever it is. Who not all of us are born to be leaders. Not all of us are born to be leaders. Not all of us are born to be pastors. We leave the pastors for them to pray for us who are going to push the people.
Oh, you are still a pastor. Oh, what can I say?
Yeah, they are so.
You understand me? So you look at your strength, look at whoever it is, and that is why we have a company. You have accounts payable, accounts receivable. Not everybody in accounts payable can do accounts receivable job, and vice versa. Well, some you will get some people, but not everybody can do it all. It's where you take a crack, not the above way, so like a bunch of ants, and the way they build their what do you call it? I'm not going to mind her.
Can be wahana me pesa me answer no because me nti afie ye papa no put to qualification ma me wahana kakra. Pastor P, don't you also think some kids were born for these things? Not every child must be like that. We all walk with different destinies. It's not just by the physical hard work and me nti afie papa but me answer no
and Parani be Obia,
I think they're not making
Aye.
Oh, say me remember me bedding or me cry my life show me born me bedding or so that. I don't know if you were here yesterday. I don't know. That's why I didn't want anybody to until say will be a winning no I can't something there ma who say me back because I wanted to protect her and me and I don't want to bring her out. It's me. Yes. Me I don't think say I've said they say will be near the me and I'm a boamaka bibisa. Me sure say makase is so be a me buy I say so be a leader, it's so be a whatever. Me can't me background it was just idea see was school no can and I may sign a repeat I no men come me back some Facebook. I that some me buy say never. Yeah, my can be bisa eda. And you know, I know everybody has their own destiny. Onya me de mano. Me nya soko kra na am na Jimmy po. Se me ka se obia nifa baako. Ye ne e wa hai Nana Adjei sofo. The ministry is different. My ministry is different. Ama ewo ho na juma oye wasasi so nyame de man different, and even that is what I teach all the time. That is what I teach. And there are some people watching me here, they are in my small groups and they know that is what I teach all the time. And I dare me to cross and say I want to be like you. Me support right away. You can't be somebody. You have your own destiny. And that is my mission, to teach people to walk in your destiny. It is Akosia Kanisana.
Not about the child. Or throw to or say from what you were saying about the kids doing well, and yet in terms of the child. And what's
Mammy kind of who baby I watch
Yaba, hold on, maybe Yama also for check. Akamonuso kept in a member.
So the issue of children, you know, the bottom line is not whether they are leaders or whatever they are going to be. But children are like sponges. In their formative years, they are at our disposal. They are great potentials to receive whatever we put into them. At a certain age, they will branch themselves. But until that age, you must instill all the things they will need. Even if they grow up to become professional tomato sellers, there are fundamental things we should put into the children. So if I am selling tomato, I should be the best tomato seller on my street. These are fundamental things we put in every child. You know, sometimes my children come to me, I tell them, don't tell me I can't do this. I don't like that language. Do it until you can do it. But when you say I cannot, you defeated yourself just from the word go. And you know, we have to fundamentally put certain things intentionally into our people. And that's what I'm looking at. Where intentionally, you know, we are programming these children. And you crowd about also our potential. The lawyer no any better chair no better. No. Anuna may work on say you are a human being, you have qualities, you have exceptional things about you, but there are fundamental things that is universal to all of us. You must be assertive, you must be confident in yourself, you must be willing to step into the game you think you can be. And you know, those are the things you know, because me were 3 girls with you, Obiani na Adjei Odinam here. I cannot compare one to the other, but there's a fundamental thing I tell all of them. Yes. Don't tell me life like Daddy, this is not fair. I tell you life is not fair. Get used to it and do something that you think is fair for you. But life will not present you something that is fair. Life is not fair. Get used to it. If you know, whatever your talent is, I'm telling you, obviously the talent is eating. But if your talent is eating,
hold on.
If her talent is eating, means she knows how to cook.
She knows how to cook. But who's that person for a few seconds? Can I
gotta go, but I've been listening this while, and Apostle Nana Adjei, welcome back. And what Pastor P said, you know your calling. You've been running away, but you need to come back. Anyway, hey, Pastor Yaba, the fake one herself. Anyway, Pastor P, what I wrote, I wanted to write, say, spiritually, as a pastor, spiritually, some people are called for BB. We are saying, because I was like, BB, I wouldn't say so much. It works. I was just referring to not her child in particular, but just to every child and not to every mother who is listening. Say, there are certain people, they are called for BB. They will do it no matter what. The education is okay and all that. But I was just trying to refer her, say, just as a spiritual sophomore, say, again, and so no, also are called to become something. No matter what, you can't take it away from them. That is them. Almost in the spiritual, say, and then also obey no matter what. So that's all I was saying. It's not about Nebano or whatever. That's what I wanted to come here to clarify, because I think that she's misunderstanding the whole thing. And
no, I think it's a point.
I wasn't, because I was typing, now that's why I don't like to type. Most times I like to talk, but unfortunately.
this that type and samba because wow, children want to do yeah,
because they do. I won't mean true here. Hey, who's the type? Who's the make us in English? Because I'm typing and then I'm busy and me typing.
Yeah.
I'm not hitting it.
Because
But
kind of say, I know is different from
Debbie. I wasn't talking in reference of urban input. I'm just saying that as a spiritual mother, no. We are so family. Some people are ordained. Like,
why didn't you write that?
no. Send me. And I because me type it Pastor P paper. Not that. I mean, sometimes, you know, when you ask me, let me explain myself. Please don't, you know, assume because I'm writing. So don't assume. You wait. You said explanation. You should have let me come on and say what I wanted to say. I would not say anything. It has nothing to do with your child or whatever, but then I wanted to say some people they are called for certain things, and it's not about your child or anybody. It's just them. Whatever they touch, it works. Whatever they are doing, it goes bum because you're from so and no that. It's not about that at all. It's you know there. I gotta go.
And
then I'm listening.
Mommy. Before you go, assignment one with the bound. Why you want to
Makacho says stop pushing me. Makacho that
I will smoke your ass you do what I need.
Stop disturbing me.
I will disturb you until you know no peace.
I appreciate you. I really do appreciate you, and I like the push. Sometimes you need the push. You know, you didn't come over brave from actually, and you were a jumaye. The suppression from above. No, sometimes you know. But you know, and B. Mali said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. It's here. Nipa few and it's me snap it out of that thing. And once an apostle can say, Chroma for night better before no, a no my idea, basi, you're too kind. It's so my chance, I be excelling because almost psychologically, no. They've been through a lot, and I come with them. She said, "I can't who police officers stop on that automatically." Not doing officer police need be intimidating. They react a certain way, different from the way I react when we see the people in power. I say the police officers, you know, it's so strange. Yeah, before some year before. I didn't know one more no niya stem de bia, but even with the accent, you know. So it's the thing that has been done to them, and psychologically, they've lived with it for years. That is where the problem is. I so wish I could come on, but I mean, you in an hour when I'm all out from work, I can come on and talk more and explain what I also think it's our problem. But I gotta go. Why? Thank you, and Pastor Yaba, see you tonight. Why?
I don't say this thing with man. Oh, say we talk about education, and the funny thing is that say if you have more than one child, you have a different. Some of the kids are so different, and let me tell you, me, I stand here or I sit here and talk today. I was the opposite. You would not get me on social media. Neither would you have even got me to be a governor. It is this girl who pushed me to do certain things. For me to do some of these things that I do.
Girl.
For me to do some of the things that I do. And me ba kitwano on sheda nyadye. Me si menini hana miti me come on no di my best 7. Me say na wo nyadye and na wo nua pani. You know what happened? Sa school ya me di no koya na head teacher ne frame no ka say. You need to look up to Ubano and see baby and strength go and tap into it. Me say last day me bani ba be school no. Omu teacher ba ku cancel ku ne no wuye enti ye ka so obi antro bibi omu be fiscal obi atro bibi na chese wakono akokinka and me bay wrote something about teacher your car baby. The head teacher had to change the whole program because she okache mo say you need to make sure say akola no say no sitting no wo ma obi am born from just because I only man. And I tell you, they be me come see me you can say me talk on say me can say me wa. Penny no ni my dear, Miss Roman, because also money my dear no A to B to C to D do. Kit one or kitagana street knowledge. Sa street knowledge is we here ding. We here ding. So and or no one talent. It is so and I realize say so ye be business me born abasua. I didn't know yen obey no more. It is say yan ye hwe ye ma and you be no and you head there be amikasa said the company what UK your friend Renticle. It's a cleaning company. It is a cleaning company and owned by one person or a group of 2 or 3 people. Sainsbury's. Sainsbury's, if we name Sainsbury's for no, we share do almost share that what patase. And can be before near ye drink crank a supermarket, Afro supermarket, Ukas or Ukoha, and this Sainsbury's for near boss. Uka will buy the Uka winning and nam house, we will not do that. We should be having things like that in our society. And then, you know what I was asking me about? It be sound say before say oh ye bibini na nko say so ye bibi to say YouTuber, what will she call it? Because say recently I did buy I'm a class me see my copy in bibini bi I don't even know where she's from. Wait again, madam for like Kenya no catch him. Bibini na be a platform. Before own businesses, we are brony, you are not entitled to it, and then they come and they sell their business. It's every day. Webinar. Yes. And I think they're about something thousand, and there's a queue of another people, a lot of people. Coco magazine or see our kids need to be on billboards. We need to let them be out there for them to see us. Make YouTube no class me ban kind and say, oh now we already have YouTube. Why would they go? Then if it is black owned, run by black people, that makes the difference. We could have our own YouTube channel and we'll be quite before you need. And we realize to say, me man, woman for 4 man. And then and they love it. And who said they are involved near the end. If we change our mindset and we do a little push and we try and find the right strategy, the job is already done.
Now we are thinking, oh, say, well, no, what's happening? I think I can't know and they say, that's the other platform is because she feels busy. She doesn't even know. Your live view. Say, yeah, you. They be our hobby also before flat or China Master Baby or China Master Baby. It's all in pursuit of excellence. As I say, yeah, we be and proportion you do it doesn't stop you push. As I say, with me, yan obi who Apostle Nana Adjei channel. But you papa open a running channel. When they say radio station. As I have to say, not for your supporter. Finally, you are not a supporter. Now, no one can say
I'm still a supporter. I'm still a backstage supporter. I'm still. You see, you may say, you know, oh, it's so funny. Baby, I'm here, man. Here before me, Zimbabwe, ni back on a gun. Me see that we drew office, so I'm just looking around. How many blacks are here? How many blacks are here? And guess what? Me start here, man, again, or we clicked. And Charlie, we have to cover our butts. You know, we black people. And I'm fed up and I'm tired. And we are like, this girl finds something, post and no, I text him, no, I catch it. Mimi who be no, I catch it. If there is something going, no, I catch it. Yes, maybe I can't 419. It's only a friend. What's the 419? We are looking after each other like lions. You walk forester, young person, because. And even if we are doing work and we find out there is a problem, before she even goes and asks a white person, no, a friend, and then our friend, yeah, but how can we do this? Okay, try this. Did you try it? No, try it. We will work within ourselves to find our own solution. I have done it with her. Consistent.
We have to push. We have to push. We really need to push. Yes,
until we begin to work as a team, and hold each other up.
That's the only hope.
We cannot progress. We'll be marching, crying. They don't like us. It's a fact. They will never like us. They are not even supposed to like you. That is not the issue. You are supposed to do what you have to do. And when we have each other, the Black Americans, I'm telling you, let us not look at them like we see ourselves. These people, the transition they have to go through is not what we are dealing with. The transition they have to go through. If you meet Ghana to Ghana, the way we treat each other, so only Ghana needs to have a or better when we do well with other nationalities, not with ourselves. If you don't find a common ground and begin to work as a team, economically we cannot trade amongst ourselves. We don't have an economic system. We shop everywhere. We don't shop with ourselves. We buy Ghana need tailor our community. Asia need tailor or the Natal Asia need tailor. We don't keep money in our community. Our money goes out, and the competing communities are financially empowered to always suppress us. We don't have economics. We don't have an economic unit. And sometimes, I think it was about a month ago, I was teaching on multiple streams of income. From Genesis. Oh, I taught it on Facebook here.
Oh, sir, send me.
From Genesis, I taught multiple streams of income. It is in the Bible. And sometimes my biggest problem as a Christian, my biggest problem is with the clergy. My biggest problem is with the clergy. The way we have programmed people, we have not helped them. The way we have programmed people, we've not helped them to stand on their own 2 feet. We've not trained them to work as a team.
Yes.
You cannot do it alone. It is a lie.
Oh, that's not a good thing.
There is strength in numbers. There is powerful strength in numbers. Kwame Nkrumah said something. For all this that we've not paid attention to the statement Nkrumah made. Nkrumah made a statement saying the independence of Ghana is meaningless until it is linked to the total liberation of Africa. One country cannot just stand and say, we have made it. You have not made it. You are living around 51 more who are poor. You can never can. You are dead. And you might have it, but how many of your kind look like you? And now, because the doctors, Englander, the first people you are looking at is Indians. The moment you talk of doctors and consultants, you are looking at Indians. Are they the only smart people in the United Kingdom?
No.
Why are they there in their numbers? Because they have a support system for their group. It's a group thing, And a group thing, when you go as an individual, your voice is small. When they come as an Indian community, the voice is louder. Real estate, they take it. Medicine, they take it. They are capturing the community. Most private houses are owned by Indians and rented to everybody. And we're crossing the night and all this guy. So you think, are they smarter than us? No, they have a communal sense. They have a community-based business. The money is not from one person. It's from different ports. So the port is larger. And they can keep expanding until they are totally dominated. If black people don't think like that, if black people don't think as a community and begin to fight for all of us, and we are thinking of each one for himself, God for us all, we would never win this battle because the MIA business, I will not invest in that business. But you are empowering a community to overthrow your community. You are investing. They said this. 98% of money earned in the black community in America goes out to the Caucasian community. So in the Caucasian community, they have 198% of the income. Because of 100%, it stays in their community. And now go ask that crowd to fool. Yes, I'm also Gramo Toshito, Bruni Neto.
But Nana Apostle Bibi. Obi who say African I the same shit on every. It tastes even better than the only pakrona or a brony diano. And so African ni be kwa to brony ni diana ya borden on African ni diana. One thing I've known about we the black people, especially Africans, they say we don't support each other. The entire supporting say people are not ready for the change. They are not ready for the change, Nana.
The truth of the matter is all in our upbringing, our education. The way they raised us up. We were raised to be suspicious of each other.
And we are competing against each other.
Exactly. It is an intentional system.
That is so bad.
Against each other. But then we have to re-educate ourselves. We have to teach different curriculum where we now look inside, not outside. The help will not come from outside. The money is within the community. The problem is we are not keeping the community.
We make money, but we spend it.
We spend outside.
So whatever we are saying, they're hearing, but they won't do it. So I say, but that. I've worked with Ghanaians, in my company many years, for 15 years. You hire Ghanaian, so 1 year Juma Nana, who send any Pacron, Juma, not just about good Juma, not Genesis, we are Ghanaian now prospering to the end of Babaguno. No, watch the down and he said, this is how we do it. This is how I did it. Do it this way. Do it this way. Or better what she up who was actually baby our source of income. No, baby a win free. No, maybe you get things from another company. No, actually says company will hold me say. Na me pass say na me no say na make say na make. Or better what she up sell na me who be that baby. Down at Africa for Yesumanye.
It's true.
They will let you to help them. People are listening to me now. I have groups. Family with different kinds of groups. I have it for years. It's free to educate people, to bring people on top. But because you see, who say, oh, we are back to be our own there's no PhD. So PhD will be doctor BN. My background can find that. This is me. That's how I make a party. Who that? My sister Penny over catching so about PhD. One you know about PhD now they won't even show you. That this is the family I won't even show you. Next, the people listening to me now, I help them for free. People are here, they know I help them for free. Me more knowledge, wisdom, and near to push them. I'm always pushing people ahead. But the same people will turn and they will backbite you. Oh, mama was not baby our source of a fruit in the free banana or more aseno. And there are people they are not ready. We will try to push them. They will turn. Bible says, who can in Matthew and woman Matthew chapter 7 or 6, 7 or say, do not cast your pearls before swine. And I said, throw what is holy to dogs, or they will turn and trample over it and turn to hurt you. There are some people they are just like that. There are some people when you try to hurt them, they will turn and hurt you worse. It is very painful. Ghanaian and black people mentality. Yes, I've dealt with white people a lot. I've dealt with Ghanaian people. Me were different near me. I've sat here for 15 years. Me say, this is what I do. People that are listening to me are me groups me training. There are some that are in UN. I will push you there. Last time somebody sent me something 3 days ago. Me also my DBS said Drew Ghana president and when I'm so me to me the man was there be me kasana me ti hono me wo now I send it am na Drew that I'm not saying this and we be fair be me to me me pa cho but me yamano say me pa kro na no oni me pokra no en sheda en kasa but me ya didn't get an emano right away because me ni be making man na Drew.
You know, unless a video and I make and see you help me not because you like me. I could say Williams, yeah, made teaching me. When the country was I could say Williams or person teaching. As met it is after no one and I and him here so way. One pill, Miss Soriano Pa, met texting, we are chasing, and not do make chasing because we're Sarkozy position in one. I'm my position, I may in a instead, Safi, Akosia Beba, my channel, you should have in the Bene Kamasero. bedroom baby both are pushing the libro into channel craboma. And I said, Bracosia, Minko. And Sadia, and yes, Sadia needing to the Dibia when she went to way in them.
Associate yourself with Nigerians. They will really help you and push you. Nigerians are the best. People just say Nigeria for you. They will tell you, say, Minia, my brother, and I'm a fire and I'm here say, oh, who say we are to Ninia and Munya and Mufra Africa, and need to know, as I see a pebble be near the share home. So make sure say this is how I did it. This is and they will support you, they will push you to where they are. Obey a channel crown or no on fan home. I don't know. I hope you do that.
Right.
You see, so this is a problem. This is a problem. And
it's a big problem, Nana.
It takes a whole generation.
Why?
It takes a whole generation to wipe this whole system away. And like I said, see, the first generation, some people like, we have a new generation where we can lay new models for them. So you know what? This is what we did and failed. If you repeat this same thing and you don't trade within yourselves and are suspicious of everybody, the ones you think you trust, they don't have your interest at heart. They are doing it for their group. What are you standing in? See, at the end, a pack game and a group work. We are fighting as a pack. But the way it's just okay, among Ghanaians say we are our own enemies. Ghanaians will not patronize Ghanaians. Yes. Ghanaians will not support Ghanaians. But it should not be the end story. We can do something about it. It's all about education. Because we all didn't start like this. Some time ago, some of us used to be suspicious of our own people.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, for some time ago, maybe some experiences you had with some of them, you want to entirely isolate yourself from them. But when you isolate, you don't solve the problem. The gap widens even greater. And you know, we need it. It's a painful journey. It has to start. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a step. And these are steps we are taking. These are things we are doing. And if each one can mentor each one, we'll begin to see that we are rubbing on each other. We are rubbing on each other. And all the rough edges can be smoothed. And little by little, if we don't see it even in our generation, our children's generation might begin to take it further than we can ever have thought about it. And with where we see the Caucasians, the Asians are today, they didn't start yesterday. It's taken hundreds of years to build these systems that we are looking at. It will take us hundreds of years to build it, but it has to start with us.
Now,
where we are starting, sir, you and I must begin to change, sir. Hey, Nana, sir, if I want somebody to teach my child, I will not go to Asian child. No matter, even if it is expensive, I am investing in my own community. I am investing in my community. It is a community idea. I am putting the resources back into my community. It's not going to happen, sir. 98% of our assets are reinvested in outside communities. And then we come to cry, said they are suppressing us. Don't cry. You paid for your suppression. Paid for your own suppression.
Outside.
You paid that money outside. But if we are investing 100% in our community over the years will be stronger economically. Here in the 1907, when this segregation started in America, a lawyer and a doctor decided to say, you know what? They're moving, and they moved, and they settled in Tulsa, began to build their own businesses. Before time, they have built blocks of supermarkets, estate buildings. Black Wall Street was booming. And they built a powerful community. And what happened? See, this is a system designed to break through into us and scatter us. What did they do? They make O.W. the head. They made him the sheriff of Tulsa. Yes. The moment they made him a sheriff of Tulsa, Black people saw him as a sellout. The moment they see you as a sellout, they'll sabotage you.
Yes. It's sad. It is sad. I am really sad tonight. It is really sad.
But see, history is there to inform us to transform the future. We look back to these things. What did those who came before us did that went wrong and we lost it? What should we not repeat? How can we build an economic base and keep it sustained and not let our own attitudes destroy it again? How are we going to support it? See, if I am connected to you and you are connected to me, I don't need to break you, because when I break you, I break myself.
Nanka.
So we need to hold each other together. I need you, you need me. We need you to run with me. So if I break 1 second, I've destroyed the flow. When we cannot see it like this, and the echoes here, Africa, or Dilo, or Dilo, money. You are helping their real estate businesses here. What are you doing for your own people? What are you investing for your own people? In the next 20 years, how many world leaders are you going to raise from Africa?
Right.
We don't have a plan. Black people, we don't have a black identity plan. No. We want to cry. We want to think somebody will feel sorry.
Apostle, can you please repeat that? We don't have a plan. That is the problem.
We don't have a plan.
We have to live every day and do things that we don't have a plan. We don't have plan for ourselves. We don't have plan for our future. We don't have plan for our children.
Sometimes it's so sad. And
it's sad.
You are asking, is everybody not seeing it? But we don't have to assume. This is like what Amma is doing now. She's creating the platform for awareness. For awareness. One hears it, sells it to another. Let's hold each other accountable. Let's hold each other accountable, because change is not change until we change. Change is not change until we change. It will be a beautiful thing that everywhere you go, you find a black person who is important. It boots. If you are doctors in Ghana, just when you're too smart. There is motivation. Those who have gone ahead of you. That's motivation. So the least you can do is become a doctor. That's the least. It's not the highest.
What about you jealous?
Oh, yeah.
The thing is, you don't be jealous. So they be a catch them for say, it's in the V8. Position yourself. Who will say will be? I must say, and I'm paying for no, and one more boy, woman, and Kawonya, and Mahono.
What do you mean, one?
What person wants so ya boa? Now, what position will one if you pass them? Maybe boa me, huh? Now, apostle will boa. I only say, when you know, my farmer who am my Facebook and come in. Come on, say, and they keep decisions over Facebook and come in. But because it's a who make it.
We made the decision to come on Facebook, but there are some people, they have a lot of knowledge. And so more Facebook, but they will refuse to talk. For people to get the wisdom and the knowledge they have. Almost share that.
I thought that maybe some for Mubuso. Facebook, Mumuahina, why Facebook live video, Facebook first and the
yeah, supporters, yeah, back supporters.
Back supporters of front visa also for the I we live video on Facebook because in this cover. Oh, what then? Cannot correct. Say we discover Facebook.
I don't want more.
I don't think I
anyway.
We will
This is the problem. This is the problem. This is the problem. Even if Amma is doing an educational program and she's making money out of it, why should it bother me? Say what she's doing is good and helping my community. What will I be bothered? Say I will promote her. Is it not for my own community? Is it not for my own people?
No. Apostle, you didn't say, baby, but Obia didn't say, or no one shall shell anymore, or no one bet him prosper. Apostle, you wrote something. I say, nipa yet is any pediano. Ye one sa and 9 way, then you know, a cabomu, Nina cabom, ya bed, and ya baba ye pediano, and but we don't have that idea and understanding. You say, I'm a dear. I have to go, support Ama this and that here. The Mimi Nimonomi, they are supporting the Amansu Nimono. You know, also they are supporting me. We don't know it all. Education is a means to an end, but not an end. We learn from each other every day. I'm learning now from Apostle, Messiana from Ama, Messiana from Yabaonomo. I'm learning from things I'm reading here. We learn each and every day. But we don't think like that. We think it's a young quiet betting a survival. Nadia Yanni say, it is very sad and very sabotaging when people of the same color and somebody wrote something, I check mechanic or think groups in the oh, we have those groups. We have it, but people will never join the groups. Ama has groups, Mr. Sumo groups, groups, but nobody will help. Or groups in it. Why? Because they want you to pull them, spend 3 hours on them. They will call you for 3 hours. You educate them, and so every day they want to talk, but only move forward. We don't have time to spend with people when they are not ready to move forward. We cannot do that. Time is necessity. 24 hours now is the same 24 hours. Maybe time not a single day time or me. And so me time on so me. Where says here I have another program at 8 that I have to go. I have 30 minutes to go. Yes, I may call me and announcement. Let me I have another one. I have to talk with and if people don't know, they think say you have time to just give it out and give. No, it's not like that. Be ready for change. If you are not ready for change, or be push you, sir. Also, change your mindset. That mindset and change your mindset. So so better yourself. Who pay and society. So who pay society? One of the society say. You can take a horse to the riverside, but what do you mean force a horse and it's a one musuno? What did I do? What try our best? Am I sending everything I was sending? Now my edge so go on next go. Oh, bitch, that will bad dear. Check me, friend, me catch you be say, me madam for what sham cry and for what dear. Also, you say. You so business or who? You say on find the money in India for don't also catch them so me ministry. Or say man, India in crunch me ministry. I don't tell me bano crowd just me ban say on him nada on show or moshe. On find them say oh madam for chest science ne math ne ade na 85 man ko on crowd one dia board say the India ni no charge mono. Or see you say or no dey one pay Africa for much radio. Or say man could you believe say girl be by your hanum or your teacher ni American hanum or so bet much tell me may dear for bet half of the money no make no say one man or no dey Indian ni no person train bad. Can you believe this? Also a company and to me so me decide say also mo asade na me so me ya me tax ni ade a me so me family me say wa come African ni from me family because what that mentality ni say mo African ni ade na me dey memla meboa na wunya sika. Do you understand? Me come Brunei, but not from another Ghana and an African no why because we are doing it.
And you see, God bless you for your initiative, sir. You are pulling people on. You are inspiring people. You are challenging people, and this is what our community needs: people who will challenge us to look at the alternative. Look at the alternative. People like Papaya, okay, somebody must look at his face and tell him that you are making the worst mistake of your life. You are investing in the Indian community. Who will never invest in your community? Never. This is just a wise decision. They don't want to invest in my community. I don't want to invest in their community. Everybody is protecting their community. Why do you take the resources of your community and invest it in the community who doesn't want to do business with you?
What is happening?
To win the race, you can't compete because all your resources have gone to the other community which you are competing with. And they're going to get better doctors than your community. They're going to get better lawyers than your community. So when community member is in problem, there will not be enough lawyers to defend them. When they are sick, there will not be enough doctors to take care of them if they don't have the resources to pay for it. When they need education, there will not be enough qualified teachers in your community to educate them. Why? Because you are investing somewhere else. Let's find a black economic fund and be all accountable to it, invest in it, and build a community for ourselves. We are too many enough not to be heard. Our numbers are too great not to be heard. But if you don't do the necessary things, still.
One of them, maybe say one of the things I'm doing with a lot of you in your faces and disturbing you, made me Patreon account at work. Now that a week ago, I think, wasn't it, Yaba? Me launch maybe a Patreon. I want you guys to go on Patreon and I want you to become my patrons. Okay, be Patreon. Ube £5 a month, £10 a month, or £25 a month, depending on who you will be selected. Now, me de concept little have me know 4 time pa mati or maybe before you so bakubi or the 4 time the bremeno. Now, me am able to for who you back this food doesn't have a clue. Or depend you. The man asked about said, Mom, this fool doesn't have a clue. You don't listen to such a person. I'm saying, they don't you know. But yeah, a person who said this fool doesn't have a clue. Yentia, and those of you who are in Facebook, and you all need to start looking at some of these things because they are crowdfunding opportunities. The main pandemic, you decide to say you talk equipment 6 months and you need to. Because see didn't name any broso. Now a bika, it's nearly people has think by any data because resources are limited. And then I may decide to say me the same. That's a meet me, Yamayama, that's a pull him down syndrome, a perform kakra. The money will be at the £5, £10, the Tutuswa, number the Yamadi. Who will say me yes, I did, and I want to say baby, some I'm in church with the crowdfunded. Abrofo no amoka so omoko manim no India for no ayaka ni na that is the word chire baby crowdfunding womo no omutu susu menim India for bia ne money nyina every month it is obi amane maame £750 a month na ukwana woka chire wo maame say win £750 a month and waka chire say then it's your business to change your job. You need to make sure so ekwan a wo be fa so the 750 ne ma no omo 6 enkwada multiply 750 by 6 saying how many capital per month. Now which is what she does. What you not say one big house. It's what you not this kind of and you be no didn't wait biane over quadruma what package will be at the maybe cranny banana and any years man package my staff will bring the package will be come out. It's in quarantine now who worry no my extension behind your bedroom. Yeah, build it on suite. Yeah, the bathroom anyway, yeah, she mama. Yeah, yes, small a yama. When they were no. Wouldn't you know take old bedroom? And you will stay like that for 2 years. Now what if you every month what was 750 back? Who miss our mammy for accounting, but a true 2-year anniversary no. Oh mammy no and a better dine or no see dino or very fair beshe dino or bay the kama no no kind Yamau capital now. Sam Crawford is almost started and it's crowdfunding and what the yes. See crowdfunding. What will you £5? It doesn't kill you. But me pack a camera for £2,000. Exactly. It is a 1% me go to £2,000 camera and I made it 3 years. But what will you £5? Will you £10? Will you £5? Will you £10? A insignificant money.
Exactly.
Five. You know, deeper 100. Most they did 5. Yes, saying. And
that's 500.
Exactly. But who say deeper 200? 1,000. When I make one. Like who decided and could be a contributing 5. And the funny thing is, program I made one more enjoy. If for £5, but I'm a program you enjoy and also would be that is
the thing I'm saying because they don't see the benefit of their way and because they just they see it as an entertainment. So what you say? They see that's entertainment. But almost be free mono, they will contribute. They will go to you kind of say club fund and normal for support. But those that they don't see anything away, so be and free the away and so on. Or they say, why should I waste my money? That's why you teach any or making the money. Oh yes, they've told us a lot of many times. Or you teach any or making the money. And the identity me can't say me for me sick. Obi catch me say. Onyame na meso ya ade kese pa e ma no e na de ode ne bre me no e ka hwe me say you have to give this woman something me dey say my ma ade awie nyame na ma me come baby I don't need your thing I have my own thing o ka hwe me ne say so ode be ma me ne de akwa koma sofo bi wo Ghana because me see America ha no no as I say me here America how be here juma thinking I think so again say me what program na me ya so again say me nya hwe me papa say peburo na nkoko ebedi enya na obi anko dwene say ebe ne ho peburo na nkoko ebedi enya de enya na nti me ma peburo dada me chi me meko dada enya wo dokunu nti na me chi me meko na we
sorry Anna, man, these things I call them poverty mentality.
Yeah, of course.
A scarcity mentality.
Of course.
I don't know. We can't see to lift somebody up. Yeah. And the moment you are not ready to lift somebody up, all you are saying is you are not ready to be lifted.
No, yes, that is so true.
If you know all your dreams to pull people down, draw them down, find a reason for them not to excel. But
Down syndrome.
There are. It is sad. Said in our community we have PhD. It's not academia, but distraction. It's sad, but we can still change this mentality.
Oh, but of course,
raise that awareness. Sometimes when you have not shown somebody the alternative, all they know is what they are doing. If you show them something different, they might start acting different. But for Obi already 40 years, 45, 50 years. He has known all this pull him down syndrome. I don't know any catch word until I say, or no fini, nipping, and beboa, almost say. I we must change this mentality. And we should train our children in this way of thinking.
I agree.
Because I'm penny fund the baby corrupt. But we have a generation we can instill these ideas in them where they don't become like us. This is a long built culture. I say the two can compete each other. Who's going to build the first house? Whose house is bigger? If you know, me no compete and dance. How am I going to help you? Because me know your competition. You do not to be artists or Bible. This what you say, yeah, marketing, we can't build something big. Because this small mentality. We can't do big things. People say where a but it's not strong. If we have put ourselves together, can you imagine what we will have done?
We have to say, yeah, can we do also for this?
Right.
Maybe because here, now me work question dia me person me bisa yaba me show mami na me bisa so for question ba ko pe obi na bisa ye na bless ya kan say asemasi asemasi bisa question bi na me bisa also for penny me pa cho say should we continue to cast our pearls before swines emrekwa no muntieti aso ana. I think that's often a bit may answer that question. Apostle for a bit should we cast our pearls before swines? Yeah, no mun kosun tieti aso ana kosun heti and I know beside three question. And
can I just say something with regard to that? Now,
baby,
personally, for me, Yaba, I've always been a positive person, and me not and as me came in, said people might disagree with me. And anytime anybody goes somewhere and has a bad experience with a Ghanaian, I ask them a question. We are Christians. Whose footsteps are we actually walking in?
Ooh.
It's meant to be Christ. What does Christ do when somebody offends them? What does Christ do? Christ forgives. Does Christ do the same thing that he was meant to do to somebody again? Nobody, no bad person will do something to me to stop me from doing the good deed I need to do to the next person. It won't happen in my life. No, it won't happen. I won't let you. I don't care. Send me to me here. Let's all be back. Let me continue to me finish here. Let's send me call that bunch here. I am a strong believer. Christ does say, if me kase me sum nyame, na nyame na me sum ni me jini dia. I am meant to go through that part. If I am trapped out of my house and I go and I get another house and I have another friend who wants to come and live in my house, I will give them somewhere to live.
That is what makes
No, she was saying the same person, and the Bible said.
Listen, if we are worshiping Jesus Christ,
and then the third question was, and that we have to get hurt all the time, something like that. She says, I can't find
we are human. We are human. Hurt, we will get hurt. But the hurt we are getting hurt doesn't mean it needs to stop us from doing the good deed to the next person who comes our way. Because if we do that, we will never move on.
It is not the next person. Yeah, but you are not getting it. She said the same person. Should we do the same? That's the question. Obisai. But yeah, another person. Nobody will tell you, say, Obi, I also intimate do. And you will be put for papa. That's not the question. I twist also the same person, no. So the Bible can't make kind because so me quote and I also refer me say obi some question. But that question me so for nya dene. So for any no me to me no.
See
yes, I know the yes.
From what Masayaba Air can see, when it comes to our community, let's look at it from this communal building mentality we're trying to have now. We should have the capacity to contain and not give up on our people. Because it is easy to give up on those who are not pulling themselves up. But we need all in this fight. There are some who are quick learners, slow learners, intermediate learners. There are some who cannot even recognize the good you are doing. But we don't give up on these people until they catch what we are catching.
For the sake of the race agenda. Yeah.
A difficult part.
Race agenda, not for personal.
But don't give up on them because there's a scripture. Bible says, for the joy that was set before Christ, he endured the cross. The cross was not beautiful. It was rejection. It was betrayal. He saw the end product. It is when we look at the ultimate destination where we want to go as a community, we don't have to give up. Sometimes it is painful. They are meant to get us to give up. But we must push on until people change. All of us have the potential to change. All of us. All of us have the potential to change. And let us not give up on our community, because if we leave one out, they might be devoured along the line. If we leave one out, and when one is disgraced, it affects all of us. If one black man is stopped on the street, they say black people are violent.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you have never even acted violent ever in your life. They did a study. They put 350 teachers in a room to test them how they would treat children of different colors without ever meeting them, not knowing their name. And it was a silent thing they did. What happened? When they put them in the room, they had this technology that detected where their eyes moved, which child they thought was a problem child. About 98% of the teachers' eyes moved straight to black kids.
Including black teachers.
Black teachers. It moved straight to the black kids. These children in the classroom are constantly being watched that they have the potential to do a bad thing, not a good thing. And all the white children are ignored because they are considered to be good children. Meanwhile, they are potential devils. But because of color, they were totally ignored that they can't do bad. They are white. And the black kids were spotted. And when they showed the results to the teachers, Some were so embarrassed.
Including the black ones. The black ones.
Because this is a program system. And from the word go, they've given up on the black child. From the word go, until the slightest thing that child does, it disqualifies and say a cry. And you don't, before the race, you don't stand a chance to win. That is why we need to constantly stand with each other. I was in lectures. And there was this Italian girl. She is professional racist, but she can't admit she's racist because she's in the UK. And the lecturer is a South African lecturer. Brilliant guy. Brilliant. On book or man note from Adjei. Now offer textbook. Because we did textbook. Yet this Italian girl has a problem with the man's teaching. And in the classroom, we are only 3 black people. That day, I almost forgot I was a pastor. I almost forgot. Because they were not me through. They were these East Europeans. They were picking on the teacher because he's black. I just couldn't be silent because silence means consent. I just can't say I don't believe in it, but I'm quiet. No, I lost control in the classroom. And since that, I realized all my classmates are even afraid to say something around me. I said, no, when it comes to these issues, it doesn't have to be me. If you can do it to him, you can do it to me.
But they will do worse to you.
Exactly. So I need to stand up and let you know, sir, this thing is not going to happen. If black people stand with each other, irrespective of where we are coming from, economic backgrounds, educational backgrounds, social backgrounds, we realize that we are a team. When one is down, all is down. When one is up, all is up. If we don't think like that, and you bet you we are saying, you're national rapture by you. Now, you're about to do rapture gate, and I'm not going to know.
Missy, I know you earlier. Oh, what's kind of yard?
I'm telling you, money and throw Uyeni baby, Usikani in this answer. They are sharing correcting them. We shouldn't give up on each other.
Yes.
No matter how bad we get, Obano, put me to mention that. We should have that mentality. Have that mentality and stand with each other. Say, look, it's for your interest, not just for you, but I benefit in your success. I suffer in your failure.
Absolutely.
When one Jewish soldier is captured by enemy, all Israel feel they are in prison, and they need to fight to get one prisoner out. Who's the former nurse? Who's the Pintumania? Besides, who never been change that mentality. Missing black lives.
And no, and I don't know. I can't say what church you can.
Black lives matters, but who does it matter to? Until it matters to us, until it can cost us our resources, it doesn't matter. The marching won't change anything. Martin Luther King did it. He was shot. Malcolm X did it. He was shot. So eventually they'll pick up the loud ones and take them off and silence the crowd. If we don't stand as a team, have economic.
We are going to fall.
Yes, idea. And the match. You have to
Oh,
come.
sir.
We should stop dismantle each other. Recognize those pearls like people like Amma. As somebody can repeat, we should stop that mentality, young guys sad, dogs and swine, we should not trample over those things. We should recognize them. Thank you, rather than they want to turn and hurt you and almost trample over you. That is African mentality. As I say, Now you recognize the pearls. Now when you any things that are holy, things that will help us, things that will increase us, things that will build us, and only near my holy no. Obi obeboa will silence your gift that is in you. Obeti ma boa wa ma we use to sa near man. I'm what me do baby no. You recognize woman. Little things really hurt. Little thank you here. Little why you are there. Little you are coming to the video. You are commenting. Sanya ebimuba womu ye no ebua papa. This is all that I wanted to say and leave. Also, Apostle Onyame Enshaw, Pastor Yaba Onyame Enshaw, I'm a man saying 10,000 women. Onyame Enshaw, our dear sister Oba, many meeting Onyame Enshaw also. Tinyame Enshaw will be me kwakotwa eduma for person. Onyame Enshaw.
Oh, Johnny, so I hope so. Bet you make a cry. Oh, fire! No, anything I'm a person me back on.
Oh, okay. I have 6 minutes. I can wait.
Maybe because of you. Thank you, everybody. Wonderful panels. A good job today. It has been awesome. I was at the back listening.
Now job. I know the voice. I know
the voice now. Yes. Yeah. I better take it time, Pastor me Pacho. Me cry to even go. Come on. Yeah. Go. It was a strong push for me to start talking with Thomas program. I don't know what came over me, but just one day it pushed. Me have been listening. Some of us, it takes a little while for us to get involved and push. That doesn't mean we don't do it. We do. I work at a school. Dear Pastor King, I've been through it. Nkolani be a racist towards you. I know our teacher Amma will tell you, say yes, this is what has been going on. Nkolani be so hard, the same as the teachers as well. We face it. Are we supposed to face all this? No. Now, so because of that, I didn't say people fight to say we as we are doing it here. So this job will be hard. But then, since we got people like Hama and you, maybe the rest will follow us. I'm following. To me, because it's not there yet. They will get it. They will get up. Don't give up on us, Pastor. Please don't give up.
Listen.
They can comment. They can say thank you, Mama. You know, we are teaching those things.
Your presence is enough. Your presence is enough. As I said, we are all not born to be leaders. Somebody say, when the job comes and we are doing it, you would have people who would just be picking up stones. For me personally, what I have learned, there was a day I went for a team meeting, and one of these team days they do outside, and they had all these big pipes. We were about 400 in the room. They said, join the pipes and a bottle of water. At the end of the water, we need to have water. We all didn't do the same thing. Some of us didn't even hold the thing. We were just sitting there laughing. Even us laughing and making the people doing the job do the job is something. So so for me personally, the fact that even there are people on the platform, because sometimes Tisa would say, and you know what normally happens? We talk, once and your pekasan, on your man is so everybody keeps quiet. Because in himself, on Tankasa, and we need to be all ears. And for me personally, the mere fact that you are here makes a difference. Now, one last thing I wanted to say is that with the thing that Blessed Be Yours said, look, say if somebody does something wrong to us and the person comes back and we don't even change, we are not even human. Put it this way: only a corner by the ball, one man is who this kind of man, one face scanner, or some about this kind of give you. No, you're not going to give it. But the difference is, don't write them off. Next time, if they come and they are asking you for something, you do what? If you have to give to her, because you know, say she can't be money account and you have your money. And that's a wouldn't be necessary will have. I will say, okay, I didn't get £30. We say I only have 10. What to me when you're 20 in the bar? Me no over economic packet. Or besides, explain it to them. Because sometimes, for some funny reason, when we do some of these things, we don't realize what we are doing. Until we communicate with each other, and that is why I always say, when we say we tend to find it easy, say, oh, my dear, but if the person is your husband, what do? You forgive the person. And me, I always tell me now for the difference between say, but you're dealing with your female friend. What for now? Tell the person, communicate. Maybe they might even not take you serious the first time. You might have to go on 10 times. But at one point in time in the person's life, something will click.
Chop case, pause 1 second. Maybe, hold on. Listen,
what's that to you? Who about to you, man?
I don't know how. I don't know. But what I wanted to emphasize is the fact that you do what you do with me, not because I am cooperative. And I am not because I'm cooperative, not because I am appreciative, not because but in spite of Sanya Manu Amakanina, a Yenokrena and I mean, it's a voice clear. Don't get me wrong. I am very annoying. Nemo, what you do for me and with me these days is not because it's open massive, not because we are friends. You do it because that is what our race needs to survive, a race survival issue. And when the say maybe.
Definitely not be the plan for tomorrow. So any black person who is sitting on anything which looks charitable, I'm daring you this day to look at today and tell yourself that you are going to draw a line underneath it. Again, not for your sake, but for the sake of posterity, for race survival. I know for personal comfort, some of these things are nice. They are comfortable. They're exactly what you need. But they make respect difficult for your children. They make respect difficult for your grandchildren. And because you are a responsible adult, you are a responsible parent, you are a responsible grandparent, you also sacrifice your comfort sometimes for the sake of posterity. So today I need charity. What can I do to make sure I no longer rely on charity? What can I do so that I can become charitable to other people? We need to move ourselves from being on the receiving end of charity to beginning to give charity to other people, so that we are no longer the poster people for all charitable initiatives. That's one of the reasons why our respect is difficult. When you've seen the posters with the flies coming out of a black person's nose, it makes respect of a black person, the next one you meet, difficult. We need to talk ourselves. We need to talk to ourselves about knowing what these guys do to press our buttons and to switch off the buttons. They play us. They play with our emotions all the time. When you discover where your buttons are, the buttons that these guys know, and they press to make you angry, they press to make you flare up, switch off the button. Switch off that button this day.
Yep.
So when somebody calls you a name and they expect you to jump on the
change
table,
the game plan.
You look at them and you smile because you see how pathetic they are. You see how pathetic they are. They have lost their power to manipulate you that day. And it becomes frustrating for them because what they have always done successfully no longer works. We need to start confusing the oppressor. We need to start confusing the oppressor. We need to stop playing by the rhetoric. We've done that. It's a broken record. Enough. Let's move on. We are not the only angry people. We have been done wrong. There is not going to be adequate retribution. So we cannot sit and wait. We have to learn to move past that, so that he who expects you to stay and seek retribution suddenly doesn't see you because you are storming ahead, forging ahead, doing better for yourself, not just for your own sake, but for the sake of race survival. Repeat after me. The changing of the rhetoric is for the survival of our race. It's not because we want to, it's not just for
The
aspirations.
changing of the
It
survival.
is not just because we want to rub shoulders. Well, we do want to rub shoulders because we should rub shoulders, really. In my book, a lot of us should even be higher from a sake of competence, but it's difficult for other people to see it because of the melanin we pop. Anyway, we should make it very difficult for anybody to be able to stand anywhere and point fingers and say black people are lazy, because they should never see one of us who will fit that rhetoric. They should never say that we are just entitled. They should not see one of us who fits that stereotype anymore. So that when somebody sits on television and says black people are lazy, you should simply ask, give me one example, and that person should not find one. And if they don't find one, can you imagine how stupid they will look when they cannot give you an example? At the moment, they can cite many examples. And so it makes other people bolder. It makes other people believe it even more. Yes, we have shot ourselves in the foot. We have shot ourselves in the foot. They haven't helped us, don't get me wrong, but we have also not helped ourselves enough. We have helped ourselves individually and in small groups, but we need to do more to dig every single one of us out of the trench so that the general rhetoric also changes. This is what I'm preaching. I hope this is coherent. We shall overcome starting from this day. We must overcome starting from this day. We should have overcome some things by tomorrow, so that by the end of the year, we have overcome an awful lot. So that in 20 years' time, I can sit with my children, type in Google and find out impactful black people. And I should see a list, even more respectable than the one I've just seen for the Asians. I have no problems with the Asians. I respect what they have done. I want to mimic what they have done. And I want to even add our own strategy to do much better. Is that asking for too much? Well, if it is, then I'm asking for it anyway. Give me too much, because you are very capable of giving me that too much. Do it for me. Do it for you. Do it for your grandchildren, so that they don't live the life you live. They are not confined to fighting the way you do. I don't want our children to petition anymore. I want our children in the cabinet so they can change it themselves. They don't need to protest because they can fix it themselves. They can make phone calls to each other, and they can go to cabinet meetings, and 6 of them will raise their hands and push an agenda because there are 6 in the cabinet who are from our community. Fancy that. That's when we become powerful. That's when we become impactful. And that is the ultimate strategy. Have that picture in your mind. Half of the cabinet, black. Half of the cabinet, black.
50-50.
Target in 20 years. Half of the British cabinet, black. The American Congress, black. More black people in leadership positions, more than 50% of them. Then we would have made progress. There will be no need to protest. No need to take that risk. We just need to make phone calls to our representatives, and change will happen because our people will make sure it does happen. That's the dream. My name is Amma Manson, and I think on this one, I do pray that you finally get where I'm going with this discussion. We will continue it anyway. Let me know your feedback. Let me know your thoughts. But we must overcome. You must overcome today. I am off to go and attempt my overcome strategy, and we will meet again very soon. See you.
Yo.
We will overcome.
You have to. And as I am saying, we are not overcoming because you want to overcome. We are overcoming because it's the only option we have. Ushila, upo, umpo, I have to smoke you out. Because I'm an easy target. He will shoot me down instantly. I'm a troublemaker because it's only me.
And you can't do it alone. We will.
How could one person talk for 4 hours and complain and whine and cry?
Yeah, and you can't do it alone. So yeah, we will try.
We have
we
to.
will.
And also for me, boy.
We will try.
It's work, but it has to be done. It's work, but it has to be done. And
Absolutely. It's our only option.
that's it. And we've started. And it will build momentum.
I pray so.
We all come to realize that it's long overdue. It's long overdue. It's long overdue. And I think it is the time. Corona, people saw Corona as bad. I didn't see it as bad. I saw it as a moment for reflection.
Yeah.
I saw it as a moment where people will take stock again. People will look at life from a different angle. What probably if it was not Corona, we'll all say, my time is running out. I need to run out. But Corona kept you. Corona kept you. And we are all in. There's not that much you can do outside. So it's time for us to look at life all over again. It's time for us to look at life in the proper perspective. What are we doing now? Corona came. The rhetoric was, Africans, and we are on the bottom, or the black man is the one who's more susceptible to the coronavirus. You are on the bottom. Everything that happens, you'll be put there. We have to change that narrative. And it takes you and I. They didn't exempt, these are rich ones, so we are not talking about the rich black ones. Or we are not talking about the rich or the educated black ones. They're black people, including you and I. So we need to, it's a collective responsibility. And like Amma says, it is for the race. It is for the race. And whatever we do, our successes are success for the race. Our failures are failures for the race. I don't know if I can run off. Yeah.
Also, run off is like, me know the flat. Also, Hannah, me check message. Just watch it, and I am so grateful. When you put I can't thank you. It's meaningless in what you have done.
You are so of a kind.
Papa, and then what to do some deep punches. I hope someone also was not one that. And
thank you.
Yeah, my next. All right. Bye.
Okay. Oh, many but me wow.
Autocrat, you be where the
hey, we know you come out. So why do you see?
As I am. Hi, Sheila. Oh, my face will come. And I'm not you said a bunch of stuff. And Ebi, so I said, my confused. Ebi, so I said, okay. Everyone I can see it. So far, na kakra me person me can say ade kitu abi na mehu me I will say the mehu and we all must work on it.
Yeah.
Me try bibi say bi obi ton tomatoes. Wo ton chine. The fact say we interest any tomatoes mood does not mean say nipa na de na oye na yen kwase asem. Okay? Yeah, pesa. And that is one thing I mehu wo ye mu a Emma yentimi enko ye nimero. As I say, you say human body nankasa nyame obo ye no ni nyansa mu no. Wama ano ehwene ani ensa ewade a eye ema ye nipadua no di mu. Saa no bia so etie wo wiase. Ye mfa nse bi otontos, de ye teacher, de ye nurse, de after be wo prakra ye people.
The pastor know you okay. And I push your freezer at the same time. That's interesting. I go 1G for Muhammad. Obeba. I will say, and as my year can say, Sheila, as you've given me such hope. Because sometimes when I go on this agenda, you don't know whether people will.
How did I freeze?
I don't know. 1G, no, the professor.
Sister guys, I'm upgrade. Man, yes, sir.
Okay,
say me go to. Let me say, Major Hawk, welcome me 5G, no direct.
Then you would not have 5G na bani here because at the moment 1G one of answer Akosia say meta how I drink and say you will wonder why I'm a how I drink.
No, we've talked about that.
I may have me said that I'm a how I drink, how I drink. Me person me how I drink and why we and ye so that it will never happen. Say me ni wumi or how I better. Say me minim bibi na man can't chire nature say my year born. It's da we be who say bibi no. We be who say where di me ho yawo. Na relationship fefe that many want them aye bibi wo ho because of the me man and I go me boy.
Oh, sabe pepe.
Yes, pepe. So wo me kwa me ya dey wo Facebook and I me kwa na me ya. Obi a mu Facebook, maybe ba Facebook say. Na omo a wo mu ni ma dey wo mo feel so mo ye respectable people. No mo mu ni Facebook abakara. Omo see na ye for ye for.
Let me talk to you a little bit. What in time I'm starting? Tiyo. About Kwabena Dumo.
Oh yeah.
When I started listening to you.
Then
you disappear. Yeah, then you disappear. But that was when it was my first time me paying attention to what somebody is saying. And you were there. I was she's talking my mind. For the first time somebody is talking my mind. So I listened. And then you disappear. You were not on the scene anymore. So I was okay enough. Okay, I only listened to one lady and then she was not there. So enough. I stopped. And then out of nowhere one night my phone was on and you pop up again. That was and all this while me so me it will take time, but people are listening. It will take time. A lot. I don't have much friends around me because I choose my friends. So those of us that choose our friends, it's hard for us to make friends.
Stop being like me. Stop being like me. Stop. Not a good thing.
That is why we click, can't you see?
Yeah, there's something wrong. No, but on a serious note, what you just said, there's something wrong with us, and we need to fix it.
I'm trying. I'm working.
Yeah. You know that there's something wrong with us, and we will fix it because you can't. When you build those walls and bridges around you, it's tough. It's really tough. Sometimes if you have a or pushing me, I mean pushing, but it's because of that personality I have, you know. It's a problem because if you choose people, and it's a psychological thing. It's maybe any people go through and all that. So you build walls, and that is not cool. But still, we'll work on our minds.
Sorry.
Yeah.
They are a little over edgy today. They couldn't go out. So.
We'll work on it. We'll work on that thing.
No,
I mean,
the fact that Onu say she tells me say enkakra it will be well. That's easy. Comfortable.
Yeah, it will come. Others are the same as me. I'm always saying that people that fail will wake up one day, and the reason why they wake up is we have people like you to listen to. If I'm also part of this channel talking, contributing my voice, I don't know how I did it, but I listened to you. I am so proud of you.
Wow.
But you know the funny thing is, about 10 years ago, I was worse than you. I would not even come on the platform. I would be like, what? A bunch of Ghanaians? Hell no, I'm not coming. I don't like you.
Thank you. You see,
I would like you.
Everything out there with other people. I speak. I have a Nigerian friends. Among them, I will speak. They know me to be this wow. Among my white friends, they know me to be the comic one. But when the Ghanaian sees me, it's like I'm timid before my own people. As you see me, Sandy, I'm a coach. I'm a whatever. I do everything around children. But then my personality will not even tell you who I am until you know me. You see, it takes a while. It will take time. They will. It will. I believe it. I still believe it.
I'm gonna keep pushing me. Why? I'll change it.
In that aspect,
I'll change.
Mr. Me, pig-headed the power.
gradually.
That's a good thing. I am very pig-headed. Whether you appreciate what I'm doing, whether why you're ready so about, you may decide to say, make a to work of him so bad, make a work of him.
Anyhow,
because
Yes.
it is for community survival, though. Is why I am doing what I'm doing. Miss Rayaba, that means actually baby doing Yaba business. Nini na masota.
thank you.
Talk about patronizing our own. I had to go to the African
Anyway,
shop by force.
before I
I
forget,
minutes.
I was going to say something. We all need to help Alma buy the camera. So even if it's a $5, please, everybody, please, you don't need to disclose yourself, please. If it's a $5 here, a $5 there, we all need to help her.
Awesome, we are buying the camera.
Collections.
When you come here, cry your mouse, the started business. But yeah, no, dear, yeah,
Oh, now yes, Stormzy, Ghana new Stormzy or Tunium. Yes, your man for scholarship, no, they call Cambridge. Missing me bound call Cambridge. You so make a catch and so man scholarship.
Chai, sister.
What is the worst he could say to me? No.
Which was the answer already?
Exactly. Say me kokra kasa obema me hafa. Haven't I achieved something? Even if he gives me a quarter, I've achieved something. You wouldn't know till you try.
I would say, maybe say, you see a camera. In fact, I didn't person me. But the next, I know what is coming up in my life is why I'm trying to sort things out and put breaks in. Starting from September, I will really have to sit down and do my research seriously and start writing. And because the academic overload will happen, I need to structure my life so that me Facebook here. Because the Mikasa may continue with me extra tuition and doing all the things that I dance around doing one. When this kicks in, the first thing which has to go with Facebook. It is a year structure. I need to crowdfund. I will need to have editing of some of these videos and stuff. I recording it at 30 minutes. Maybe the editing and the upload is the one which takes the next 2.5 hours. Will be maybe recording or no year editing one, then the content will still continue to flow regardless. You know what I mean? Apps are half of the time because at the moment this employee will free one with my transfer, they have to wait my transfer. I need to refine my process. I need to get better. And as a community, we also need to start realizing since the OB crowdfunding and community project. It is a good thing and we have to support.
Yes, I need it.
It is a good thing and we have to support. And maybe one of us maybe now maybe I could do this and I could use this to work on some community project. No why? We could use that way for we are beginning to collect and we are beginning to do projects for ourselves because that's the only way we are about to fund it.
Let's just imagine. Yeah, a good platform you see. We are all from different areas, and there are a few people who maybe a humanity and everything they couldn't. But just imagine how we could network together to help each other from afar. To achieve whatever it is we want to achieve. And the thing is, we are lucky now. The platforms are actually there. Then you have your WhatsApps, you have your Zooms, and you have your whatever. Even if it's financial, transferring money and all these things, it's not that difficult.
So easy.
These are the things we need to strategize on to help one another, whichever way we are going to help them.
My brother said that the first day. welcome. I hope you stay. Yeah, but that for but among
That for baby, Midikai.
Yeah, I know. I'm we are just not the norm.
You get some gems out of the past, and if nothing at all, you find the sisterhood. I mean, can you imagine? Say, yeah, Ghana for me first time I met me stream yard. Now me catch it will be say me person me yes I na Ghana for 3 and 2 and 4 ebebaso. Now what will be me platform so near kasa na ye entertain ye when na educated. Can you guess what the person said to me?
No,
It won't be possible.
This was the person's response. You're catching.
yeah, but look at it now. The thing that
Yes,
you brought,
I say.
now everybody seems to be using it.
And
The
thank
thing
God,
you
I
brought,
am
you know,
so proud
if we
of
are being honest, who started with this StreamYard thing?
you.
It's
Don't know
Amma.
Who started
how
it?
I am so proud of it.
It's Amma.
So now for team come for empowerment. They will want to be but I look at this person copying you. Now see this person is doing great. Adjei more in the community. No? The two
We
is not
don't. You see, what we don't even realize is Shrakrama Amano. Every time somebody uses it, it's a blessing to her because she has paved the way for somebody also to use it. Charlie, and there's some number,
Faster. Faster, mommy can't some show. Mommy can't some show. Last time no, I won't carry no being person better. No, now one mama did some put that. Share. What do you
see a hill.
We are changing.
We
are changing.
Oh, listen, you know what? People will criticize, but at the end, Unim said, observers are warriors. Observers are warriors. So you said
We are changing. We will get there.
Instead of you to change your mindset and start using the thing, you are criticizing the thing. Meanwhile, you're looking for the same thing to use.
But you know what is funny? Me,
No, but we have to change though.
And
Honestly,
like Sheila says, me no, Adjei and Krofonti are saying, oh, say, a lot of you have used it to fix your platforms. And because a lot of you have used it to fix your platforms, now, businesses are beginning to look at our pages as credible places. What platform you know, I'm a me ko baby say me baby and nipa no fa me platform is seriously because what you say you would do as they say ya ye what did you patch. But me
well, no, hey, Gary, I fed you my pocket. Gary, because I cry with Benjamin, I bet you be a dinner. And who did a wash out person will be any sick and one man. Oh, yes,
Some person that is good. Some person will be any sick. Meaning, be a man home base ready.
No, but that is one thing Ghanaians don't know. People
be
want to be
beggars
bowed
every
to. They want to be getting the yes, sir, madam. Yes, sister. Tell you our best friend on what me you see the mindset of Yanya before. No, that's the problem.
It's a big problem. Yeah, it's a problem for women. Moya for mommy I may brem 500 a casting 5 I'm funny. But I could see
on you, sir.
No, what's me actually watch the one and no here.
Casting 5 bremomiensa. Na adena me ko ha me ho sa and I could teach you 3 little places to go to. And near market kitty be a wow ye now benya won so 500 I won't frame. E be kura na me tia ye you. Now what
no I'm person be friend in intra. Pastor you see
Sana me tie. Mabusiafo nyina be ka cho se me hwe na ba gigime ya na position wo na mte baby.
Get in person be kwa gi kakra won ho.
Ukra no wa ho me pesa me yadu. One kasa wutimi yadru baby a instead se fa ubenya 500 e bia no wenya 550 na the 50 na send unu ama na bi.
No, honestly, I mean, we're all joking. It's here for when you grow, but This is it. This is how ubia nadwene da ho. Ubia we willing to help the community. Ubia will make impact. Ubia will leave legacy.
We have to.
Ubia or your leader. This is how leaders behave. You don't just sit down and you want to be emra wo. You bo nko wudia. Me kai time am about Facebook. No ba no tetesu. Yeah, they na no atro. No wakana adwene. No ko. But then she was on everybody, most of ye and not sabi ye ka nyansa semono a platform. Not in the phone. She was everywhere. And then I make a school ni akwara we teach ampa. Because observe or she had no notes. No, before I not get champion. I'm saying, hey, gay way smart yo. But then again, no, it's good. Say, obesha no who near my ye. No, who say okay, we say base no question. No, one function no one make us okay. I want to be maybe 2 or more judge or one. I mean, say my baby, you know, I want to be better. She's coming back to everybody and telling you, say, do this, do that, do that. Let's build together. What did I mention? I say,
we have
people like this and awesome. Nah, idea kakra matin hu. E was a can about before any yesuni idea no. It is sickening.
Yeah,
we need to change. We need to stop. Yeah, cry. Yes, idea we kakra wo face. Also, no, or for plans or the be consistent. Idea we so one year consistent with it. Some media, Facebook stuff now. And mobile is also shela. Unhuni bio no why basa. Me so one follow me parents. They say you be bra me can want some abrabonti. I'm good.
Back support. Monday way. Okay, me kwako show. Na den na nkrofo yi. So ama wa hifa. Okay, about 10. 9 ma check am many ho. About 10. That many ho. Ma kwako show. I'm telling you, Wouldn't I go?
We need to support. Oh, now all the over me wa bury why media ya na many ho. Media balance mini.
Yeah, who target programs ni bi.
Me fifth ya no pa 8. I think maba. About 8:30.
Okay.
Yeah. About 8:30. And
I see a person back supporters.
I will tag and invite where it's necessary. I will share. I've shared so many programs. I've comment on programs not because ministry yo. Me come it's all like ministry yet. And it's not like say I know what I'm doing. Most of us have the same mind. We want to change your generations to come. So if I'm not doing it, yes, let me push it. Okay. This time I'm busy. Means abrabontino my posse. Amana okita di enimu na oye. Why not help? Why not? Why not share? Ube hu yemu bebre na ye Facebook live pass ye one like minds. No, yes, I do win. Bebre, I don't know what it is, and we still listen. I'm not gonna sugarcoat nothing. Most of you preach it, but still, at the end of hostile, you behave the same way one way or the other. And when I look at some people, I laugh, and it's pathetic. It's a shame. It's a shame. I don't have to like everything about you to work with you.
Yeah, yes.
I might have something about her I don't like. I will talk about it. I might complain about it. It does not mean I hate her. It doesn't mean I can't work with her. Yeah. We have one goal. Why not be a team and put that thing aside?
Bam.
Obi our flaws. Obi our nebat. Obi our subia one one. Yaba might not like a subai be about me. Because you are yapa or the thought they say basad you were one hono. It does not mean that means me yaba met na say and Kenyan system to a month for 3 months to find a generation. It shouldn't be like that. Matured minds don't behave like that.
No.
You don't have to. I don't have to like you. I don't have to love you crazy to do things with you. No. That's how they behave. And then our people will call it fake. They fake it in a very positive way. But there's something good in you that he wants. that will help build the business or help build the community, the money idea. You think he cannot close his eyes or whatever over the negative side of you and dig into the deep side and then move with it? That is where we lack.
That's wisdom. That's wisdom.
You're smart. We are not at all. No, you're smart when you might be brave.
We don't have.
Me know you're very cool. My dear. Na me kai bibi amene waye na profitable it brought something into my life. Let text, so you'll be surprised. I will text you and tell you my feel. I dear way na mama dey feel, and it does not mean so who did you, but that is who I am.
But what fake?
I don't fake. I know you're fake.
No,
before you say you're fake, and your fakeness, it is being human. You gotta think smart. Because you don't know you tables my turn. So I deal with people differently and in a very smart way.
Let me interrupt you before I
We're just good.
Yeah, smart. Yeah. Adjei, you will be pa.
No problem.
You need the tools to work on it. And no, it has been crippled. And those are the things we have to find to fix it. Ukasa yenya smarter, Debbie, me agree with you. We are. But
we don't implement it, my dear. We don't. No, we don't. We don't. That is not smartness. Sheila, that is not smartness.
We have to find a way to implement it. We are not dumb.
No, Sheila, you're not getting it. You're not getting it. We are not smart in that sense. Who first away you're smart, but who you're smart. So who will be now the papa when you not so better near you, so start they are not there. You
not knowing how to handle it. No, it's a matter of we don't know how to handle it. The last time I said something, I said a lot of men out there don't understand the meaning of love. Somebody took it as I said they didn't have love. That was not what I meant. I meant some people just think love. They don't think after the box of life. They don't think. Yes, it's time to go. They don't think about a little bit like autonomy. What is there? They just. It's not time yet. 15 more minutes. They only see the front of it, and that is who we are. We have to find what is behind that. We are not smarter. I'm not agree with that. We are.
Sheila.
We implement it.
Sheila, you're not getting it. That is when somebody says that is not smartness. If you cannot achieve something huge with somebody that you don't like something about, you have a problem. That is not smartness. That is not smartness.
No, it's strategic.
No, yes, that is not smartness.
We have to.
If you're very if you are,
the two of you are speaking the same language. You are coming from different places, but let me draw your attention to last Friday or the James Kwesi Addison. Did you guys see that interview?
I think you've mentioned it twice.
Emotionally,
an elderly man be.
Onye too elderly. When you say that's go and watch that thing. He's Ghana's leading emotional intelligence coach. Now, when I brought that on Friday, a lot of people didn't understand yet again why I brought an emotional intelligence coach. I brought an emotional intelligence coach because I want us all to go and understand. From an emotional point of view.
Yeah.
Strategically, she's what I need.
Thank you.
Strategically. Do I disregard what Sheila brings because she aggravated me from one side? No.
That's what I'm saying.
Of Papa on Friday, you said I will talk to him extensively for time. And again, the reason why I found this guy and the reason why I want to bring him is not to do anything, but for individuals to listen to him speak and for your own skills to fall out of your eyes. Me pese ena koshia team and adwa kame ampa akoshia to move over, move on. Adwa, yes, but so make sure say adwa hear your leg again to bite. But the adwa mekita bibi ewu here, you learn to harness at the chrono hour. That's emotional intelligence. We don't go back and look the person like before. The person doesn't have to be up close and personal all your business. But do you cut the person off because of BB emotionally? And also Debbie, you have to learn to manage your emotions and let your brain do the thinking so that you can open when you need them. It's simple. When I need
Sister Kosia, can stop a while ago. No, you came up to a point where you mentioned class. You made a mention of wait on way, not meet on way, yeah, and no interest said maybe you have to look down. I'll make my auntie an example.
Okay.
Me auntie yeah obia now oyechoba back then. And what she did was call villages and that's all to bro and a bunch and I said bibi no they back. Debia obi kana hon or the obi bebe. She was the harder I call her or the obekophobia babet na yen chain. Send pania crumb for so ya yare for ye only money the non say on the number crown I say always to me see on babbing your not the nipanaba. But as time goes on now, Crawford no mobesi you much na and be call ye no. Say who said ebiaba, never who said they are not who they are until you say akwala we ya na not menche and no. Oh, who said akwala ne bi obesi aye no wa call upgrade until yes sir. Are you understanding where I'm coming from?
To live with them.
To me, no. Akwala ne bet omo bet na nche omo sua na adwuma no omo they have progress on it. Say Obeka say oh to embrace it, this is what I did. This is the outcome of Akolano. Or no, say, no, Kolano will build it up. Or the positive side of it, but say, she was my maid, and today she's a madam. That is the way she sees it. That is what I mean. You saw this as a scenario. Said she did something good. It's a so big catcher. Said what you did wasn't bad. Sakolano didn't buy, and this is how she has become because of you. Until some make us manity as you know, only you so boo. So they were once my maid. They were made.
A mindset, and no one's in America. It is the mindset. You should be glad to see somebody who was below you become better. It means to say you and I'm also and then people was to be na why and so would the nije crab say Mina, because there's no way nipa mako a woman say before we bring you be a yama. They don't. Little no more people don't like to give people praise because I don't know why. You see, these are all the little things that why your society why no. Dear near wrong so work as a messing dinner and no jina. And yasi messi anka business I need you. And yasi messi anka what you go and yasi messi keep your back call astray. What is wrong with that? What's wrong with it?
But nipa no ma we yasi messi no. What does she see you? Nipa no ma we yasi messi no. What does she see you? So nipa no so appreciate it. Oh, make a now say when you will be free enough to say oh and I'm waiting on me say now so the number small yes messi no on say so be yes messi she still looks down upon you. She still sees you as that. Sabanisa also be so Becca say and I'm a messi tsunami say so that is where the confusion is. Are you getting my point? Am I making sense?
Oh, you are making a
Dioma still sees you as my maid. Oh, who said you are no more maid? You are you now. And from your credit,
I think one of the things we need to try and start doing is keep having a positive attitude, irrespective of people thinking negative about us. Because me, I don't live like that.
You are not my class. You are not my type. Good.
I cannot.
Thank you.
It is for me. It is something I have lived with. I'm the person. Say my laptop. I say, wait, baby, I will say. I just can't. I've gotten to the point I refuse to think negative. No, it is. I would. Until the moment it starts setting in, that bit of my positive brain tells my negative brain, you ain't gonna win. Even if it is somebody who is doing, Charlie, me say, me too bad. A guy came to my door or say, oh, do you need somebody to loan your mower for you? Me say, I had a Mikoto lawnmower, very good quality lawnmower. I took the guy in, gave or baby, I say, you know what? You don't need to worry your head. Anytime you come, you know the gate. You go through the back gate to go to the to get the lawnmower. The next thing I realized, 2 months down the line, me storage, me call lawnmower na make where is it?
Oh,
And I know he took it. So you know what I did? I didn't even actually see where is the lawnmower. Me see the lawnmower you took, bring it back. He came to make a whole story up. Meanwhile, I knew he took it. So my grass has been growing because I don't have a lawnmower to cut it myself. It's been growing for a very long time. And then all of a sudden, I spoke to a friend, a neighbor, all the people that are gardeners. So everybody will be a baby. It will be a minute 3 days ago. And I'm saying, oh, do you have no obi or your garden? Or see, I'm in the number bemau. She gave me the guy's number. The guy came today. Or buy over share me garden. Now guy ne baba bob one crash me home me whom when you know sunny because I don't know what he was. I was expecting £100. The guy is like 40. I'm like, yes, well me to him. Or buy or see or 40, me see 40. And then next time, anytime he comes and he comes to dress the grass, 20. That is the cheapest deal I've ever got. And then guess what? The guy goes to me. I said, what do you do? I say, I do painting, I do this, I do. And he's a reputable company with his own small car and everything. You see, bingo. I have a lot of paint. I have painting to do because since I moved into this house, I haven't had any painting to do. So for me, because all I'm trying to say is that because I try as much as possible not to let the negative, and that is why I keep saying, look, this person will treat me badly. And I always say we learn a lesson. I'm telling
Please,
you,
I'll be back.
the
2
only
minutes.
reason why I am here is because I fell out with a friend, my friend for 20 solid years. I would not be on Facebook. And after I fell out with the person, you know what I realized about myself? I had a quality within myself that had been suppressed. I myself had suppressed it because my loyalties to my friend.
Yeah.
So now I've been able to come out of my shell. But it had to take something negative for it to happen, for that to happen.
It's not negative. This is what I was saying.
Exactly.
And it's not where made me say, I've replaced negative, I've replaced suffering, and I've substituted it for learning. It
Exactly.
is what I ask myself, Nessa, what's the learning opportunity? Sheila and I am a bonnet, but Sheila is teaching me not to rely on people. What can I learn from it? And since I stopped thinking of Enyema as suffering, as punishment, I don't whine as much as I used to before. Does it mean that bad things don't happen to me? They do. But may try some effort at this year. I will bad thing.
Yes. Yep. Yes,
I bet me a soup. And Sheila, I am a bonnet. Sheila, dear, what I am. I'm a man who said I can't rely on people. It's the next time the ministry and employee and that's people for as I said, yes, say I am not becoming reliant. That's the lesson. In everything in life, there is a lesson. Does that mean that Sheila is a devil? No. Because I see a learning opportunity now, no, I don't see a devil. I see a teacher. She brought me a lesson. Lesson, Madonna said, I may not bring her to my dinner table anymore, but on me enemy. Nana say you are feeling on me. There's no need to go and tear Sheila down and your friends
bye,
about
dear.
Boko.
Dabi, obisi bye-bye.
Why not bye-bye?
Ma bra wanka bye-bye no kane.
I say thank you. Hey, sister, they say me want to affect when.
Charlie. Ready?
Everyone about so joke with the affected match. That's it.
I need to go to Specsavers. Yeah.
Charlie,
It's a joy. It's a joy. Charlie, it's just a joy.
It really is. It is.
And to the extent, and I say, me missy program, I've missed, and I say, Missy Naya, but where were you? Meeting me competent. Missy, where were you? You couldn't even. What do you mean to me, Basukra mean TB?
I should have also prompted you, but I was also so into it. I forgot to prompt anybody. And now the number Derek and what room me at CS so be play bad cop. Nia woman in Ampania na yamoya and run a moon in a moose and a many judge. Yeah, but it's a topic we need to discuss. We really do. As I see in your far lessons room, it's all about progress. They say smoking it out. The next question will be, say, Sheila platform, what they pay your thing. You might not want to speak, but you might want to write, or you might want to share knowledge and inspiration in different ways. What can you do? What can you also put out? And you don't have to give me a question and answer now. If you have it, great. But if you want to think,
give me a topic and tell me how I should explain it. I will research on it and come and talk. I'm on my women group, and most of the time, if I give a contribution, they were like, "Oh my God, you said that!" So I kind of realized that somebody is listening. Like people are listening to me now. So I want to build on that.
That's amazing.
Not now. I will run away a little bit because it's time for me to do another program.
Please, okay.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Bye,
I love you, Sister Yaba.
Bye,
I love
Sheila.
you, Pastor.
Pleasure.
Love you, sister. The other sister, Pastor P. I love her so much. And thank you, everybody. The pastor was awesome. Thanks to him again. Bye.
Bye. Madam, wrap you up there. No koda eja. It's a program. See who the extra. Who bet my
These are your friend is say and they say me da be 2 hours and you omo nyina de da me. Say be me afore na my program na makasa. Say me we am koda kakra de asoso. Me kra ne ene say madwuma momo say yenya adwuma from 9 to 12:30.
Now who said last who can say mu what was it?
Inspection.
Well, yeah. How did they do that? Is remotely?
Remotely, they came to our classes, they checked the Nkwalano conversations, they were checking Nkwalano work, your marking, your feedback. They actually did an inspection online. I say, yes, yeah, online.
And that was the first day I made a girl. No, she went back to school. And so I started 1 day a week.
Most of us started transition.
1 day a week. The other one, they almost said that into another fear or no Zoom every day, Monday, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, or your Zoom. No Teams there.
But I've had enough.
Oh my God, that's show.
Amen.
No. Now be also mama so will be a bit further on. Look, if you have any issues, find somebody. Doesn't necessarily have to be me, Amma, or anybody. Find somebody who you can talk to. Somebody positive. Williams said the panel bet me wow. And then just take it from there.
And say Facebook, Oko Facebook, not to boss social opinion nipa.
We will get where we need to get to, even if it's not in our generation or the next, it could be, but at least if we start the work now, it is not an easy job. If we start now, what's it?
You see, that's the attitude. What you say?
We start now.
Started and into na yamet. Ye frasi ya ebia ye man or woman better. As I say, ye any catalyst.
Yep.
But yeah,
mini Ghana focus and I say they go, and then I say, well, it has to start from me and you. If everybody takes the same attitude you take her, we're not gonna get anywhere. So we are the people who are going to make the change. So let's start the change.
Yeah, change starts with you. What was that? Is what you would first, let me boom was impact. I always wondered whether I could actually create an impact. Na bibia meye bia ne name say we are sure. Na
Now, say you used to say that, and I used to tell you, say, look, even Mikra, when I come on your platform, you say something, I learn a thing or two. Even if it's negative or, or positive, I've learned something. Look, you don't always have to learn things that are positive. If you learn a negative thing, it is also good because then it stops you from you making the mistake that somebody has also done. So what I say, you always learn something from somewhere where people are. It's unless you say you're not prepared to open your mind to learn. But if you open your mind, you will learn something.
absolutely. Absolutely.
Hmm.
I've been blessed by the solidarity here. Pastor Yap,
Yeah.
please, I don't take it for granted. Which means a wabre.
Sorry. Me will be 6 hours in that corner.
I mean, 3. I'm sorry.
Mm.
And 12 na madaka track out.
Enti ama ye das nyame nhyira wo ene we do bi ase.
Abisafo, o ma me mfa bunsi ha na me so me nkwachi me honto bo na me nakakra. Bo ade ma ho kwan a ye besen ye di nkomo we kira. Nyame asim di nkamu nyina. Good night.